not going to be this that I can't say. Family-friendly stream here. This sounds like something you'd yell to another boater, though, when they cut you off at the marina. Look at that sorry brush. Holy cow.
This is what they're supposed to look like.
It's got a nice haircut. Yeah.
Pack rats got in and ate it all.
Hire him as my barber.
Fossil hunting looks chill, says my shout. I don't know if that's quite the right adjective to use.
So chill. I just like dig rocks all day and eat, dude. It's just like, chill.
It's only like 106 degrees out right now.
Yeah, dude. I mean, just come out here, dude, and just like put your feet up, just chill out, and just get bones all day, dude. It's just like not that bad, dude.
They look like
Those spikes on the end of the tail, we presume were used for defense against predators. And we do have some direct evidence of that. Wounds in dinosaurs like Allosaurus, where it seems like, you know, something pierced through bits of their skeleton. You just have a big wound in the side of the animal. Or like something pierced through the bone. Almost certainly a Stegosaurus spike. Not a small critter, not a small implement. I mean, picture this just going like that. But in life, it would have been significantly longer. This is just the bony core, right? So in life, this would have been covered with a sheath of keratin. The same kind of substance that your fingernails are made out of. Okay. Ready, and go.
Nice.
Very nice. Textbook. Yeah.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you are...
Yeah, not during my stream, please. Make sure you've lived a nice full life before you do that. Big time big boy. Big time big boy says, if I was a paleontologist, I think I would view Colonel Sanders as one of the great villains of history. Like, worldview on a foundation of sand, you know? Like, if all of your faith is tied to this idea that the Earth is less than 10,000 years old, you're setting yourself up for failure. Because we know for a fact that is not the case. So, yeah, it's a losing proposition. Like, don't sabotage yourself like that. Oh boy. Anyhow. Yeah. And, Waffle House is the stuff on the wall. I don't know, archaeologists, from my understanding at least, tend to dig in, like, very neat squares, like, with right angles and, like, straight edges. And, like, we don't have time for that kind of thing. Like, in paleontology, when we're digging up dinosaurs. Like, nobody got time for that. And Self Universe says, when you were a child, did you want to grow up to dig out exciting things?
help me out there, Danny.
Oh yeah.
This is my dream job as a child.
Let you run around a little bit. Then I said, the nail flip over there.
Get some energy in here. How close can we get? Yeah. To become a paleontologist is to start working in a museum. If you have a museum near where you live, try to start working in that museum. Whether it's as a volunteer, or even a custodian, or whatever you can do to put yourself in that museum and start talking to scientists, start talking to other paleontologists. Become involved in the museum there, and that can be your fast track to a career in paleontology. That is what I started doing when I was in high school. I was, I think, 14 years old when I started working at the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. Here I am working on
You're not doing
Pretty
the
big animal
That's
here.
for paleontologists.
Let's see if I can get up here. There we are.
I'm taller than Lordy for once.
Yeah, there we are. Pretty cool. Yeah. Very, very neat.
I love this pose. This is super well done.
It's difficult to like pose a dinosaur well and get all of the ribs and the vertebrae and the projections that come off of the cervical verts and stuff to all work properly together.
This looks very dynamic. It looks alive. Looks like a living animal. I mean,
If you were to x-ray a living animal, this is
what you might expect. Really cool. This is super well done. Check out this turtle. The Hell Creek Formation is just chock full of turtles. There's so many. I think it might be like peak turtle diversity over Earth history. There's like 22 species of turtles in the Hell Creek Formation. And this, I think, is one of only one or two that actually goes extinct at the same time as the dinosaurs. This game is set just before the dinosaur extinction, 66 million years ago. The big asteroid hits Earth. Almost none of the turtles die out except for one. I think it's this one, the biggest one. This is Basilemes, whose name means king turtle. Yeah, in fact, according to this particular range map, California doesn't even exist. But how can that be? I'm here right now, aren't I? I mean, I don't. Just kidding.
we're going to be finding more of that material here this year. And if we're very lucky, we'll find more of this mysterious meat-eating dinosaur. It might be a Carcharodontosaur or something like that. We know that those dinosaurs were here at this time because we found their teeth. And just last summer, we had... well, Ethan, you want to tell us about that skull bone of the Carcharodontosaur?
Sure, yeah,
Yeah.
we found a quadrate, which is the bone in the back of the skull that attaches the lower jaws to the main body of the skull. And so we found a pubis bone, which is a big pelvic bone of a beaked iguanodont dinosaur, right about here. And then I took it back to the lab and was preparing it, and on the other side of this big pubis, which is like a big, long, flat pelvic bone, right, I saw this black mass, and the bone was like a millimeter thin, and I was like, what the heck? This is the weirdest pubis I've ever seen. And eventually, it didn't hit me until the entire thing was exposed, and I was like, that's a theropod skull bone. Predatory dinosaur skull bone.
Very cool.
Big quadrate. So
That's the first skeletal element, first non-tooth
think
element
so.
from that animal
I think
from here, right?
certainly the first cranial element
Yeah, okay.
of a predatory dinosaur from here, which is
Very cool.
Really exciting.
So if we find more of it, that's going to be a new species.
I have
Like,
a suspicion that it's more this way,
Okay.
as opposed to where we're going.
uh-huh.
We'll see.
Hopefully we can move in this direction
Yeah.
too. We've got, what,
Eventually, we have
2.5 weeks to
2.5
go?
years here, yeah. A lot of time.
Yeah.
There's so much still left to be learned about the world around us, about fossil organisms that are long dead, and also about creatures that are still around today, like these flying squid. Someday, somebody is going to unravel these mysteries. It's gonna happen. Maybe it'll be somebody watching this broadcast right now who's never heard of flying squid, and they will later go on to become a scientist and will, you know, this will end up being their master's thesis project or something like that. Who knows? But this is why science is so exciting. We are dealing with the very frontiers of human knowledge. There are so many mysteries out there still left to be solved. And the thing is, they are very solvable. A lot of these are low-hanging fruit that are still within our grasp. Somebody just has to reach up and pick them, you know? Never happens.
And here we have one of the most extraordinary events to take place on our planet. The gift of 100 subscriptions to Paleontologizing.
Holy cow! Twitch! Thank you so much! I don't know what to say. Thank you. Santa dropping by. Merry Fishmas. Twitch. Holy cow. I'm gonna put this on. Thank you. Twitch. I don't know what to say. Thank you for that extraordinary generosity there. There's 100 people who won't have to watch a single ad for the next month.
Right there that Ken is indicating. Thank you. Ken is being our Vanna White right now. And then can you point to the orbit? The eye socket? Yeah, right there. And then the frill sticking up out of the back. Holy cow. And you can see how big this sucker is. Ken is what? You said 6'11"? So
5'11". Happy Juggle!
Yeah, so there's the cheek spike right there where my shadow was pointing to. This is the brow horn right here. And then there is the frill going up the back. It is nuts. I mean, this thing, it like the front half of it basically looks like Triceratops. The back half of the skull looks like Pentaceratops. It is wild. This is incredibly important because no one has a horned dinosaur skull like this from the early Maastrichtian. Not one this good. This is incredibly important. We are incredibly excited about it. I promise you I'm not overhyping it right now.
Holy. Science is it's a way of thinking about the world. It's a way of asking questions. It's a way of testing ideas. It's a way of being curious about things in an organized way. Anyone can be good at science. Like, if you can formulate questions and you can think about stuff, you can be good at science. You know? I think there are so many people around the world who think that they're bad at science, and it's just that they've never been taught science properly. And there are vested interests that want people to think that they're bad at science. They want people to misunderstand these concepts and stuff, and we'll talk about that. That's what this clip is leading up to. You want to see the data? Me too, Balint. Show me the data, you know? Yeah.
Something really special about fieldwork. It's like everything that's cool about camping, except you're doing it for a higher purpose. It's not just rest and relaxation, and it's not just for kicks and giggles. You know, we're out here to contribute to science. So it's really cool to have a mission like that, and to have a concrete reason to get up every morning and to come together as a team and work toward a common goal. Fieldwork's pretty special like that, and I'm so glad you're going to be able to see some of that this summer. I've been excited about this for a long time, and I'm glad it's finally come together. So yeah.
For the benefit of science, for the benefit of humanity, you know? I have no interest in keeping the dinosaurs that I find, and all the stuff that you see behind me, these are all 3D prints. These aren't real fossils. These I have for teaching purposes. The real fossils, as we always say, where does that belong?
That belongs in a museum!
It's true. Yeah, because... Dear Professor Danny, thank you for the insightful stream discussions and analysis on birds. When I took drawing and painting classes, my teachers mentioned terror birds and the keel of the sternum, which helps with flight. If I hadn't learned about these topics throughout your streams, I would not have understood what they were referring to. So thank you. And when somebody asks you about it, you could say, yes, this one here is a replica. The real thing, I donated to a museum, or I funded its excavation. That's because of me. And they were so grateful for that that they gave me this to show off. How much cooler is that? It's the difference between being a benevolent philanthropist, making the world a better place, and being a Bond villain, you know? Like, ha ha ha, Mr. Bond. Before you die, let me show you my genuine Tyrannosaurus fossil that I am keeping away from the scientists so that no one can learn from it or appreciate it apart from me, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Now you want a replica UberWorks? Oh, there you go, sweetie. Don't take the... She's running away with the fur that I... Don't eat that, hey. Good stuff. And Freelancer, yeah, we do have an excavator on site, which we're quite lucky to have here. For a limited time only, we've got large-scale mechanical help to remove some of this overburden. So all the stuff up here, this used to be like a high back wall. There was all of this, what we call overburden up top. So it's just all of the rock that doesn't contain important fossils, at least not as far as we know. It's nice to be able to, you know, to have somebody with a bit more high-powered digging ability to help us out, so we don't have to move all that by hand. So that's literally saving us weeks of work, so that we can cut away with all of this stuff by hand. Like Laura's. How you doing, Laura?
Great.
Yeah. So some of you in the chat might remember Laura. If anyone ever accuses me of being too, I don't know, being a killjoy about dinosaur reconstructions, like, oh, that's not accurate, like, nah, finger wag. Remember this stream, because these are some pretty inaccurate dinosaurs. These are very out of date, and yet they're lovely, and they make me really happy. And it's because I can appreciate them in their historical context, you know? These were fairly okay dinosaurs. Like 50 or 60 days we were out in the field this summer, and hey, how's it going? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm interrupting.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, come on in.
You were in the museum, and I never get to watch you. And
Really?
I typed in your chat and said I never get to watch you because
I saw you, Becky saw you?
Yeah,
Yes.
Over the
Okay.
UK, yeah.
Yeah.
My moderator absolutely loves you, and he's on like the mountain time, so he gets to watch you.
Awesome.
So could I have a photo? With you?
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, cool. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Good to meet you too.
Is this your stream? Are you live now?
We are, yeah.
He's
yeah.
probably watching right now.
Oh, really?
I wanna
Very,
see.
very cool.
He's probably watching.
Can we get a shout out for Becky Saif as well?
Yes, there we go. Yeah. Thank you. He'll be so, like, he'll be happy and he'll be jealous, I know. But I never get to watch you because you come on at like 10 p.m.
Yeah.
in the UK.
I'm thinking about maybe doing a schedule change, starting an hour. Shopkeep, like they stock shelves at a store, or they have like a separate teaching job, or other things like that. Like it's often very difficult to make ends meet as a paleontologist, even if you manage to get a paying job, and there are fewer and fewer paying jobs nowadays. Most of academia is like this. It's not good. I'm incredibly lucky to be able to make my living doing science outreach full time, you know? We can get 2 birds stoned at once, or maybe even more than that. Actually, way more than that. Doing outreach and fieldwork and research all at the same time, you know? Being able to fund the rest of my work through outreach is in such a fortunate position, and I'm incredibly grateful, and I try to never forget that, you know? It's so easy to get jaded as an academic, and it's... You gotta fight that as much as you can, as much as is possible. But I love the idea of, like, a very precocious little kid who really loves titanosaurs you're like, well, what's your favorite titanosaur? And they go, I really like the unnominated clade of derived non-lithostracian saltosauroids.
We're in the money. We're in the money.
Look at what I found in the book. Holy cow. It's all about the Jeffersons, you know? Well. I guess I'd use this as a bookmark at some point. You never know what you'll find in the pages of a book. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's really good to see all of you here today on a special Friday stream. I say special because I don't normally stream from my office on Fridays, but we've been dealing with a, typical summer schedule weirdness. I'm going back and forth to different field sites, I'm traveling a lot, and so I figured, since I've only streamed 2 days so far this week in the office, we'll do a bonus Friday stream, and I am really glad I did decide to do that, because not only do we have a chance to complete our roster of newly published dinosaurs, ones that we missed while we were out streaming from the field and traveling, but also something else today, a little unexpected. Going to be interviewing Dr. Denver Fowler, whom I was just doing fieldwork with in Montana a couple weeks ago, about the Tyrannosaurus auction. Which is, I guess, slated to be held early next week. Denver's got some really interesting takes on this kind of thing, and I think a lot of people would benefit from hearing his insights here. So I'm going to be calling him up while he's in the field. He's going to be, I think, at the Duckbill Dinosaur Quarry out there in northern Montana. His section will be audio only, but I'll call him up on the phone through my desktop here and make that work. So yeah, it's going to be good. And will I buy it? I am not that much of a sucker, nor do I have that much money. Chilihead. We'll be talking about kind of the real story behind these fossil auctions. A paleontologist perspective, I guess. So it's going to be good. Yeah, anyway. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If any of you are here for the very first time today, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. As a paleontologist, I study fossils. That's what paleontology is. It's a study of the history of life on Earth, as reconstructed through the fossil record. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I mostly focus on dinosaurs. Paleontology does not equal dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg. Paleontology is the study of the fossils of every critter we can find. Everything from fossil fungi to fossil fruit bats. From fossil whales to fossil warthogs to fossil Wulong theropods, like we were talking about yesterday. Yeah. From baleen whales to bacteria and everything in between. That is paleontology. Dinosaurs are just a small part of that, even though they get a lot of attention. That being said, I do work mostly on dinosaurs, so there's a lot of dinosaur talk here. And, well, you're going to be privy to a lot of that today. The whole point of these streams is to try and show you firsthand what paleontology is really like. You know? Not just tell you, but show you. And so, in just a few days, I'm leaving for some more fieldwork in Utah, starting next Wednesday, I think. We'll be broadcasting live from the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation in Grand County, Utah. There we go. Utah fieldwork stream, yeah, starting on the 15th. 13th and 14th are travel days, so I won't be streaming then, and I don't think I'm streaming this weekend. But who knows? We'll see. Anyway, I'm really glad you're here, everybody. Given that this is a live, interactive broadcast, if you happen to have any questions about dinosaurs, more about other kinds of fossils, about the fossil record in general, about extinction, evolution, biodiversity, or what science is all about, please do not hesitate with those questions. That's what we're here for.
That means then that dinosaurs really did not become extinct, that we have their descendants around with us today, and I think that's fantastic.
What do we call them?
Gotta have them ribs.
No, wrong button.
Thanks for sharing your love for dinos, Danny. Ever since I found the stream so many years ago, the things I've learned has proved that yes, anything is possible.
Thank you, Nell, for the kind words. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate your ongoing support too. 49 months. That's long. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? Thank you, Nell. I appreciate that very much. Thanks for being a valued member of this community. Thanks for helping keep me here online for as long as you have by subscribing. Again, I should mention to anybody who might be new, this is literally my full-time job. This is how I make my living. This is how I pay the bills. It's through doing science outreach live streams. Usually 4 days a week here in my office, and then 7 days a week when I'm out in the field. So we're gonna have a very busy summer, remainder of the summer. From July 15th through August 6th, I'll be out in eastern Utah, kind of near the town of Moab, sweltering out there. Like, it's gonna be extremely hot. Close to 100 degrees Fahrenheit, above and below 100 degrees Fahrenheit, every single day, it looks like. So you can tune in from the comfort of your air-conditioned home or vehicle or workplace, better yet, watch it on the clock, and feel even cooler than you would normally seeing us melting in the heat. So it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you are too. Put a second fan on the Amazon list, says no.
Moon pie. What a time to be alive.
Fluffy Deinonychus, thank you for the 48 months of support. I really appreciate that. Great to have you here. Holy cow. 48 months is a long time. Again, that's... That's almost a whole year, right? Thank you, Fluffy Deinonychus. Appreciate you. Wish I had air conditioning. Heat wave in the UK again. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mothproof KT. Yeah, the UK is not well equipped for that. Grabbing weenus.
Happy Friday. I have not stopped by in a while. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Rabbit.
Thank you
I appreciate
for sharing
that.
your passion.
Thank you for helping me do that through your continued support. Again, it's because of the support of good folks like you that any of this is possible, you know? It's a dream come true for me to be able to do this full time and not just do paleontology, but also try and advocate for our science in impactful ways and raise money for different research groups and for labs and for field crews and yeah. You know that old phrase, corny one, I don't know if Gandhi actually said this.
But those claws on the wings
Not about Watson.
are once again invaluable.
Thank you. Tone Rebellion for the 23 months. Hey, I really appreciate
Hello,
that.
Danny and chat. A friend of mine recently went to Berlin and sent me photos of the original Berlin Archaeopteryx specimen.
Nice.
Meanwhile, I'm taking photos of jackdaws on my windowsill. Same thing, different geological period, Paleo-Cassowary shake.
Very true, Tone Rebellion. Indeed. Birds are living dinosaurs. That's so cool. I'm glad your friend got to see the Berlin Archaeopteryx, and you got pictures of it? That's awesome. Thanks for telling us about that, and thank you for your continued support, Tone Rebellion. 23 months is nothing to sneeze at. Thank you very much for that. And thank you, Golganak, for those 100 bits. Have we got a hype train incoming? Nice. Says, be the change you wish to see in the world. I mean, it's easy to say that. It's harder to do it. I've been extremely lucky to be able to... Well, to be in a position where I can start to do that a little bit, you know? If I feel like members of the public need to know about a particular new scientific discovery, they should hear about a concept in paleontology, or they should hear the more full story behind these overhyped dinosaur auctions, like we'll be talking about today, I'm in a position to actually do that. I'm very lucky to be there. 800 bits, thank you. Himye Apple Fat. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we've got a hype train on our way to a level 2. Excellent. Thank you for that. An executive storm for the 71 months of support. 71 months.
We'll back again for more Dino news.
Thank you, Executive Storm. One of our longest running subscribers, supporters, community members, Executive Storm has been here since 2020, as I recall. Excellent. Appreciate you, Executive Storm, I really do. It's been interesting seeing the turnover across the 6 years that I've been streaming now. Most of the people who were here at the very beginning are maybe no longer on Twitch, or we just don't see them in the chat anymore. But Executive Storm is here stuck in this rut with us. Appreciate you for that, Executive Storm. Thank you. It's a nice, comfortable rut to be in, isn't it? And we've expanded it significantly over the past 6 years. It's a nice rut, you know? Fit a lot of people. Yeah. And you're still here? Yes, Mikey Likes. How are you doing? Welcome. Yeah. How was the Michigan trip? It was great, Mayor of Space. It was as relaxing as it should have been, and I didn't realize how much I needed that amount of relaxation. It was nice. It was very nice. I'm not really like a vacation guy. Get to do a lot of vacation, but that was really nice. Yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Exactly. Yeah. Our early cohort of paleo comrades. I appreciate you, Charlie's Dragon. Yes. And Casey Snowart's got an interesting insight here. Casey Snowart, whom you should absolutely follow if you're not yet following. And if you are following Casey, you should continue following Casey. Casey says, I feel like Twitch has about a 6-month lifespan with your average chatter. It's a testament to the importance of what you're doing that you've retained so many people for so long. I appreciate that, Casey. Hey. Same to you, by the way. How long have you been streaming nowadays, Casey? Casey's streams are some of my very favorite to watch here on Twitch. Doing all kinds of cool art and hanging out with people. Trying to encourage people to be more artistic, to see things through an artist's eye. And also do important real-world stuff like advocating for the conservation of the vaquita porpoise, the most endangered, rarest, and also smallest whale in the world. The vaquita is one of the most adorable creatures on the planet. There are fewer than 20 of them left alive in the world. They are just precious, precious animals, and Casey is one of the foremost voices on the internet advocating for the survival of this species, for their conservation. Go follow Casey to hear more about the vaquita, and subscribe to her. You'll get some vaquita emotes. Oh yeah. Important stuff. Planning has begun for this year's Save the Vaquita Week. Looking forward to raising some more. That's awesome, Casey. Do you know when is it going to be? I should know about this already, but I've been so busy. It's been go since I woke up this morning. Doing chores, went to the gym, got back, got some emails and texts, and had to kind of rejigger today's stream. Doing some stuff that I wasn't expecting to do when I woke up this morning. It's been a busy day, but I'm glad to be here online now, and we're gonna have a good stream. Yeah. And Crimson says, would they be able to recover from a population of 20? Study of the genomics of the vaquita suggests yes. They do have a certain resistance to genetic bottlenecking. So even with as few individuals as survive now, if we can just keep people from killing them, then they can bounce back. They have enough food. They have enough space. It's not a diet or habitat problem. It's just people are actively killing them. Not necessarily intentionally, but they keep getting caught in these illegal gill nets. And drowning, because they're an air-breathing animal. They're mammals, you know, like you and me. They can't breathe underwater. Any more than you or I can. So anyway, if you'd like to learn more about the vaquita, I can give you a link to a little video here, I'm sure. But also, definitely give Casey a follow and subscribe to her to get those emails if you're interested. There we go. Copy link address. And check out that video on your own time if you would like. Mid-October. Oh, nice, Casey. Okay, cool. Keep you posted if you want. I would like that, Casey. Yeah. And if there's anything I can do to contribute, let me know. I'm probably gonna be pretty busy in October. I've got some traveling. I've got a wedding to go to. I might have field work to do, but it'd be cool if we could work something out. If that sounds good to you. If the timing works out. No, and of course, Casey, yeah. I already did Metazoa today in the interest of trying to streamline today's broadcast. I was gonna say stream. So we got a little bit of time to spare. That said, at 3 p.m., so in an hour and 20 minutes, we're going to be interviewing Dr. Denver Fowler about this whole T-Rex auction thing. So, yeah. Anywho. But it's good to see everybody here in the chat. I'd go through and list everybody, but what do you say we continue with some of our dinosaurs from yesterday? It's not actually 8. I don't know how I got this wrong. Mathematician, I guess. 9 new genera and species of dinosaurs that were described between May and right now in 2026. Let me double check and make sure that there hasn't been another new one. This wasn't named, was it? Our new Antarctic Titanosaur? No, but let's talk about it real quick anyway. 83 million year old fossil. Rewrites timeline of Antarctica's first dinosaur discovery. So, this is actually a question that I get fairly often here on Twitch. People in the chat ask, like, huh? What? There are dinosaurs from Antarctica? Isn't it cold there? Well, it's cold there today. But Antarctica being what some people might call North Dakota, like, frozen hellscape. It's a fairly new phenomenon. Antarctica didn't used to be like that. And since the 1980s, a number of dinosaur fossils have been excavated in Antarctica. The first one ever discovered, I think, was this, which is a vertebra of a titanosaur. It's pretty tumbled, so it's missing a lot of diagnostic features. This is not the sort of thing that you should really name an animal based on. It's not informative enough. So, like, I don't think they named this critter. But it was the first dinosaur bone ever collected in Antarctica. Not the first dinosaur to be named from Antarctica. That was Cryolophosaurus. And then Antarctopelta was named after that, but found, again, before Cryolophosaurus. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah, you're right, chicken bacon Swiss. Antarctica used to be, if not tropical, at least far warmer than it is today. I don't know what the parameters are around tropicality, but here's a trailer for a little documentary about this if you're curious. And it would help if I turned the sound on, huh? There we go.
It's the coldest, windiest place on Earth.
And it's full of dinosaurs today, at least some of the coasts are. Penguins are birds, and birds are a kind of theropod, which is a kind of dinosaur.
But Antarctica's wilderness was not always frozen. Discover an ancient realm of midnight suns, night hunters and river monsters. A prehistoric kingdom lost to time and ice.
There's Cryolophosaurus there.
Join a new generation of scientists
So wish to do
on an
Antarctic
Antarctic
fieldwork. I would
adventure
love to be able to participate in it.
to uncover a hidden dinosaur story. A cinematic journey from today's frozen desert to a lush South Polar world of giants. Welcome to the dinosaur continent of Gondwana. Welcome to Antarctica.
Cool stuff. Anyway, that just gives you a little taste for... Antarctic paleontology is not quite as obscure or as paltry as I think a lot of people would imagine. Got a good number of fossils from Antarctica, and there's actually a couple of new dinosaurs not been published yet that I am privy to that I'm very excited about. One of them has got a very cool name. I think it's going to get a lot of attention in the popular press once it gets published. I can't tell you about it yet, unfortunately. That's not my place to do that. But remember that I'm telling you this now, so that when it does drop, you go, hey, I heard Danny talking about that a while ago, and he was very vague. But yeah. Cool stuff. Don't tease us like this. Sorry, Xyrofire. I'm excited about it, but I'm not at liberty to share it. It's not my thing. Anywho. This has been published recently. The first dinosaur ever discovered from Antarctica, at least the first sauropod. Yeah, the first dinosaur bone to be collected from the continent. It doesn't look like much. Here it is right here, and it hasn't been named because, luckily, the authors are, they know what they're doing. They're not gonna do something as irresponsible as name a dinosaur based on a single caudal vertebra that is badly tumbled and not very diagnostic. This is a caudal, right? Yeah. Fossil was actually dug up on December 9th, 1985 by British Antarctic survey geologist Michael Thompson and German paleontologist Reinhard Forster, but its true identity went unrecognized until now. At first glance, this appears to be an unremarkable fossil, but it holds an important place in the history of Antarctic exploration as the first dinosaur fossil found on the continent, said Professor Paul Barrett, paleontologist at the NHM, the Natural History Museum in London. At the time this animal lived, we know Antarctica would have been covered in lush, temperate forests, providing ample food for large herbivores. There are likely to be many more dinosaurs to be discovered on the continent, as climate change causes ice to retreat, and causes global sea levels to rise, and everything else. We may indeed find further evidence of this past biodiversity. I mean, I, for one, hope that fieldwork in Antarctica remains difficult, and that the ice does not melt, because if it does, we are... Oh boy. It would not be good, you know, if those Antarctic glaciers end up rushing into the sea and then raising global sea temperatures. Raising sea levels, excuse me. Those of us who live in coastal parts of the world, like yours truly, here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, many of the places we hold dear will disappear beneath the ocean. And we really can't let that happen. There's an interesting plot point in a book that I often recommend. I was actually re-listening to the audiobook as I was driving around for the past couple months to different field sites, field areas. It's a science fiction novel by author Kim Stanley Robinson. He wrote, I think, some of the famous, probably beloved Mars novels, right? Anyway, this takes place in a near future where climate change is wreaking havoc on our planet. Like, global temperatures are rising, people are dying in heat waves, like is currently happening right now in the world. The glaciers are starting to slide off of these Antarctic landmass. Like, in Antarctica, glaciers are growing down toward the sea, and that's one of the major plot points, is a team of Antarctic scientists and engineers are trying to halt the slide of these glaciers into the ocean, while other people around the world are doing other things to try and halt or reverse global warming. Really excellent novel. I can't recommend it highly enough. It's long, and it's written from the perspective of like 50 different narrators, I want to say. But it's really, really interesting, thought-provoking, harrowing, really. And surprisingly optimistic. This is not like a post-apocalyptic novel. This is... If there's one, like, overarching message, it's one of hope, I guess. That if we as human beings can band together and work toward saving our planet, we can do it. So, highly recommend it. Thank you, Claire, for posting the link. Yeah, it's really good stuff. And, Himie says he wrote the Red, Green, Blue Mars series. Yeah, nice. Okay. Yeah. Anywho. No, not quite Waterworld, Charlie's Dragon, but that's what we could get, though, with, here. Yeah. Let's see, how long is this video? Oh, here, we can take a look at this real quick. Yeah. And Bush Doctor, I mean, that's part of it, too. I don't know, all of those greenhouse gases that are trapped underneath, or even within the permafrost in northern Russia, that's like a ticking time bomb. If that stuff gets released, it could be really bad. Here's what Earth would look like if all the ice melted. Go. Any Australians in the chat here? Perth would be underwater. Much of Sydney would too. Yeah, oh boy. Goodbye, Venice. So long, London. Barcelona and Lisbon. Nice to know ya. Goodbye, Dakar, Accra. Tripoli. Mumbai, underwater. Calcutta, deep underwater. Goodbye, Bangkok. Ho Chi Minh City. Hong Kong, so long. Shanghai, bye-bye. Nice to know you, Tokyo. Ugh. This, again, this is if all of Earth's ice melted. We've seen this happen before in Earth's past. during the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, during parts of the Cretaceous period, when CO2 concentrations in the atmosphere were very high, levels that we are, as human beings, we're shoving things toward that point right now. Yeah. That's where I live, San Francisco. All these coastal cities. And Florida. Any Floridians in the chat? No more Florida. Completely gone. Yep. It is an existential threat. We need to work together as human beings to make sure that that is not the outcome that we bring about. Here's a link to that video right here. How are you doing, Sweetie Pie? Sweetie Pie does not like being underwater either. So, you know, if nothing else, do it for Sweetie Pie. And there you go, Crimson. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, parts of South America are not as high altitude. Like, yes, Sweetie Pie, stop messing up their other camera as well. Anyway, we'll get into our other dinosaur news in just a minute here. We'll finish up with our Antarctic Titanosaur here, too. But first, Sweetie Pie is owed some attention. Even if I can't give her any treats, I at least give her some pets and some scratches. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think? Oh. You having a good day so far? I hope so. Yeah. Hey, Jazzy Cat. Yeah, it's Sweetie Pie. Can we get some Sweetie Pie emotes going in the chat? Yeah. Get some emotes for you. Some emotes for you. You can't eat them, I'm sorry. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, with those southern states, isn't a good chunk of North American farmland lost? The desert spreading into Nebraska and other Midwestern states will not be a fun situation, too? Oh, yeah. And that's already kind of happening. Like, desertification of the Southwest is an ongoing thing. As the Colorado River dries up, and people are just draining aquifers throughout Texas and Oklahoma, surrounding areas. Yeah. Wisconsin, too. Like, you don't think of that as a very dry place, but I've read that some of the aquifers there are being depleted as well. It's going to be an interesting century. We'll see what happens. But I, for one, will be fighting for the continued survival of humanity against the interests of the fossil fuel companies. I'll say it. You know? No use being coy about these things. Huh. No. It's good to be honest and direct, huh, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. And do you know a python? So we already have 3 cats here. I probably shouldn't be bringing in like a big constrictor snake. Also, I'm gone for large parts of the year out doing field work and everything, and I don't want to have to ask Ios and Lordy to, you know, feed a big old snake for months of the year when I'm gone. Get your tail out of my water. Get it? Don't. What are you doing? What are you doing? I can't feel good. You don't like being cold and wet like that. Anyhow. No, Barm says, did any dinosaur have changing claw like cats? You mean, like Claire Bird's asking, retractable claws? Not really. I mean, the Deinonychosaurs, Dromaeosaurs and Troodontids. There we go. They do have this big sickle claw, and it's varying sizes in different species. But, yeah, they do have a claw. I wouldn't say that's retractable in the same way that, like, a cat claw is, but it was at least held off the ground for the most part in order to keep it sharp. That's at least what we think is going on with these critters. Here's Deinonychus here. The Velociraptor of Jurassic Park fame is actually... There you go, Deinonychus. Yeah. But just like modern birds, the claws weren't retractable in the same way that, like, a cat's claw is. It's a different thing. But that's the closest thing that I can think of at the moment. Yeah. Your tail is all wet now. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, I was asking about shedding. Oh, I don't think so. So, creatures that have claws often have a keratinous sheath over the claws. And dinosaurs would have had that too. I've got a clip from, when I was in Blanding, Utah. At the museum there, they've got a really nice display that highlights this with a Spinosaur claw. Here we go.
So, birds are kind of the same way, where they've got a bony core to their claws, but that doesn't show you how big the actual claw would be in life. That's really neat. I love that.
So yeah, this is the actual bony claw, what we call the manual ungule. It's one of the hand claws, one on the thumb of, I think this is supposed to be Suchomimus. It looks just like Baryonyx too. And then there is the sheath over the top of it. So it shows you how long the claw would be in life. This would not be shed in life, as I understand it, but it is more or less, it's kind of like living tissue. I guess it's dead tissue in the same way that, like, our fingernails or hair are, but it requires nutrients in order to grow from that nutrient groove there along the ungule. So this would not be shed in life, not as far as I know. Instead, this is just part of the animal in the same way that, like, that an eagle's claws do not get shed. Yeah, different from a cat, as I understand it. Anywho. And Akira Eclipse says, excluding modern birds, glad you asked that, did any dinosaurs have beaks? Yes. So, a beak, or what we call an edentulous rhamphitheca, it's like a toothless beak, has evolved a bunch of different times in different dinosaur groups. There's one whole half of the dinosaur family tree. Here we go. Everything that evolves from this critter is a dinosaur. Dinosaurs start right here. This whole group, the Ornithischia over here, the Thyreophora and the Sauropoda, which is your ceratopsians, pachycephalosaurs and ornithopods and their friends, all of these guys had beaks. Some of them have teeth in their beaks, but many of them, they have a beak. So like with probably keratin over the surface and then bone underneath. Some of the sauropodomorphs might be evolving something similar, and then a bunch of the theropods evolve something similar too. So the ornithomimosaurs are a good example. These guys, later on in their history, developed these toothless beaks. These are the ostrich dinosaurs. You kind of see that here. There's a reconstruction. A and then B, C and then D, E and then F. Those are the same. A and B are the same critter. So you can see the extent of the beak highlighted there in brown. We think that there probably would have been keratin over that. These might be different reconstruction for how big that beak might have been, but I think the consensus is moving toward larger beak for most of these guys. You know, like this. Beaks are interesting because there's so many different creatures that have beaks with so many different diets and lifestyles and ecologies and everything else. It's a little frustrating as a paleontologist because teeth can tell you a thing about an animal's diet. You can look at the structure of the teeth, you can look at how they wear, you can look at how they might break, and you can also run like isotopic analysis on the teeth to actually have direct clues as to what the critter is eating. There'll be different signatures that are left through different isotopes. You can find those in the teeth. If an animal doesn't have teeth, it's kind of like, what are they doing? What are they eating? Yeah, and so when a group of animals becomes edentulous, when they lose their teeth, develop a beak, it can make it a little trickier for figuring those critters out as a paleontologist. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Himie says, is there a biological or zoological difference between claws and talons? I think it's more of a vibes-based thing. Talons are usually, that implies a certain predaceous kind of vibe. Yeah. Claws implies a certain kind of pointiness that's not necessarily a predator thing. Like there are lots of herbivorous animals that have claws. They use them for defense or for digging or for traction or for whatever. And then you have hooves. And I was talking with Paul Sereno about this when I did an interview with him late last year. And one of the things we talked about is, what is a hoof? How do you define that? It gets tricky. Oh, and of course there's no transcript here. That's annoying. I think I asked him about that. I'm guessing it's like right here. We'll see.
And so I think that there's nothing about a smaller animal that would conceivably change the circumstances.
Yeah. Interesting. Oh, and I wanted to ask you as well, given that this has been such a learning experience for you and your crew, would you have any advice for other people? Here, let me go back a little bit further.
Close to a nail, and the front that looks like a nail.
Here we go. Yeah. What is a hoof?
He looked at it as skin. He looked at it, but they...
So, here, this is Edmontosaurus. So with this exquisitely well-preserved fossil, this specimen here with a bunch of the skin, impressions of the skin preserved, just gorgeous. They've been able to demonstrate this animal had hooves, both on its hind feet and on its hands, which was kind of a surprise. The first hooved reptile definitively demonstrated.
They jointly, and it might have been Sternberg, who was actually the very first to mention.
Scoot forward a little bit.
Veterinarians have lots of technical details of it, but a hoof that it really hadn't been defined very well. It turns out there's a nail, a claw, and a hoof. Mm-hmm. Okay, a nail, and there's very little in between. Mm-hmm. We have nails. They're flat. They don't go under the edge. We have a soft pad. A hoof goes around the corner, and a lot of people might think that it's all the way underneath, but it doesn't. It actually is very close to a nail, and the front that looks like a nail, it actually looks different than the part that goes underneath, but it does go around and underneath in a wedge shape, and that's what I use to define it. Okay. In fact, there's a soft center part, and everyone knows out west that you shoe a horse with a horseshoe. It's just the outside. You could not put a nail in the center unless you wanted to be kicked out of the barn. It's very soft and tender, and we saw the same thing in the Edmontosaurus hoof. There's what they call a frog, a soft center, caught just in like the beautiful cross section that was made. And so you know, there's a lot of, I think, parallel evolution when you're dealing with integument that has similar genetic propensities and design properties, and now you're going to make, oh, you're going to curl it around the bottom to make a hoof because you want to run fast over fairly solid ground. And
so here's the thing. Strictly speaking, or I guess from an evolutionary perspective, there isn't really a difference between a hoof, and a claw, and a nail. I think developmentally they're the same thing. You've got the same underlying structure that has been adapted for different morphologies, different purposes, you know? So it's basically like, well, what does it look like? And how does it contact the ground? I think that's kind of what defines a hoof versus a claw versus a nail. But they're made of keratin, and often they have an underlying bony sort of structure. So like the claws, the unguals of a dinosaur. Let's look at the hand of a Tyrannosaurus. There's a cast right there, but you've got the finger bones, and then you've actually got the claw bones too, what are called the unguals. So that's the underlying bony core to the claw. It might look like this. This is maybe a Tyrannosaur, or maybe it's an ornithomimosaur. It's kind of more ornithomimosaur-y to me. But that is the claw bone, the ungual, and there would be keratin over the surface of that, like you see right here. I think this maps out to like how big the claw should be with the keratin sheath over the top. Really neat. Yeah. Cool stuff. Anyway.
Utah raptor is the most dangerous dinosaur around.
Is Jim holding a claw right there? There's Papa Jim, Dr. Jim Kirkland, whom we'll be spending a lot of time with over the next 3 weeks out there in Utah. Thank you, M. Oculus, for the 34 months of support. Thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that, M. Oculus. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyhow. And Hogan, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate that. Excellent. And Archigod says, I always thought that a talon was essentially a claw just situated on the foot, but if that were the case, then you would say a dinosaur toe claws are talons too. Which, yeah, like, to me, talon implies, you know, it implies a certain kind of raptorial, predatory prowess. You know, talons. If it's just a claw on the foot, then, you know, would this animal have talons? It's got these big columnar limbs, but hey, there's claws on the hind feet. Are those talons on this gigantic herbivorous animal?
Few of the questions surrounding these fantastic animals.
So I don't know. I wouldn't call that a talon. Nerduino, thank you for the 38 months of support. I really appreciate that. But anyway, I think the claws versus talons thing is pretty loosey-goosey. Kind of vibes-based, you know? Anywho. Nerduino, I hope you had an excellent rest of your stream yesterday. I'm really glad we were able to raid in. Sorry the raid got some sort of technical difficulty with that. But if any of you in the chat are not yet following Nerduino, you missed yesterday's stream. Nerduino is a former NASA scientist and current astroscientist, astronomer, who talks all about space science, rocket launches, astronomy. You can peer into the heavens through his backyard-based telescope. Really, really cool stuff. Go check out Nerduino. One of the best science communicators here on Twitch. And I'm proud to call him my friend. Go give Nerduino a follow. 3 rates for the price of 1. There you go, Nerduino, yeah. I'm excited about today's stream, Nerduino, and anybody else who may have just waltzed in. We're going to be covering 4 more brand new dinosaur genera and species that were published while I was out traveling the past couple months. Ones that we've missed. So we'll be catching up to that. And then in less than an hour now, I'll be calling up my friend and colleague and kind of former mentor, Dr. Denver Fowler. And we're going to be talking about this, upcoming dinosaur fossil auction. Denver's got some really interesting perspectives on this, really good insights, and so I'm really keen to do a quick little interview call with him, because he knows things that the general public needs to know, including some of the people who are maybe going to be bidding on this thing. Buyer beware. Anyhow. Yeah. Anyhow. Let's get back into our, new dinosaurs. Man, how did I manage to open up so many tabs? Oh, goodness. Oh, let's do a Blue Sky post real quick. Quick screenshot. There we go. We got on the first try. We'll use that. There we go. Excellent. Our image. Bingar. Okay. We'll be discussing the 4 new dinosaur, rather newly published dinosaur genera. Just say dinosaurs. So this is Kank, Phosphatid Titan, Cryptohadros, and Gonshu Long. Plus, interviewing Denver Fowler about the much overhyped Tyrannosaur auction happening in NYC next week. Spoiler. Buyer beware. Paleontologizing with 15 characters over. Behind me are several 3D printed Tyrannosaurus skulls. Arcuncus Alverasaur model, and baby Triceratops skeleton. 3D printed too, of course. And other paleontological miscellanea. Good enough. Paleontologizing. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Excellent. Yeah. And oh, hang on, Spencer. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, my friend. I hope things are going well for you up there in Scotland. Thoughts on that new Longreach infant tyrannosaur paper? Oh yeah, right. Isn't that a new family of super primitive, late surviving tyrannosaurs? Was it Pico Tyrannus? Micro Tyrannus? What did they name it? I'm just kidding. I haven't heard about this. Joke. But yeah. I gotta be honest, I am not, after actually having read the new Nanotyrannus paper, I am much less convinced of the validity of Nanotyrannus than I was before I'd read the paper. There's some stuff in there that needs clearing up, for sure.
Golganuk gifted a tier 1 sub to Spencer Miss. They have given
thank you,
554 gift subs in the channel.
Appreciate your generosity there, Golganek. Now Spencer won't have to watch any ads at all. Appreciate it, Golganek. Anyhow, yeah. And new ontogeny paper. I've been just running around like my hair's been on fire since I woke up this morning. I have not even had an opportunity to look at. I haven't even heard about this Tyrannosaur ontogeny paper. Not seeing anything yet. If anything, Tom Holtz has probably posted about it. Salamander. Ornithopod trackway. Not seeing anything. Oh, you mean James Napoli's paper. I haven't had a chance to actually read that cover to cover yet, but I did watch James Napoli give a talk about it. About a year or two ago. I have some questions, but I am going to hold my tongue until after I actually read the paper, because they might get addressed in the paper. I'm not sure. I've got a lot of issues with the idea of using crocodilians, modern crocodilians, as a proxy for dinosaur development and ontogeny, especially when they're farmed specimens. They tend to be very, very uniform. And they're all from the same slice of time as well. So I think there's like some inherent limitations to using modern crocodilians as an analog for extinct non-avian dinosaurs. But again, maybe that's addressed in the paper. I haven't read it yet. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. But anywho, let's get into at least one of our new dinosaurs before we do this little interview with Denver. We were talking about beaky dinosaurs earlier. Why don't we take a look at Gong Shu Long. This is unfortunately not open access, but I emailed the authors. Here we go. And I have the paper. So here we go. A new Saurolophine hadrosaurid, so a duck-billed dinosaur. Saurolophines are what we used to call hadrosaurians. They're the ones without the big showy crests for the most part. So Saurolophus is the namesake of this group. Here we go. lovely one there. Saurolophus. Big old duck-billed dinosaur. One of the biggest. Saurolophus gets pretty darn large. From the Upper Cretaceous of South China, proving further support for the possible Asian origin of Brachylophosaurine. So this is really interesting because Liz Friedman Fowler, whom I worked with for a number of years in the field, these are her babies. She's named a couple of new Brachylophosaurs. There we go. Here's the here's Brachylophosaurus. Classic big duck-billed dinosaur. She named what seems to be the precursor of Brachylophosaurus, maybe the direct ancestor. She named it Pro-Brachylophosaurus. It does what it says on the tin. It's before Brachylophosaurus, hence Pro-Brachylophosaurus. Characterized by this cool paddle-shaped crest over the top of its head that is not nearly as long as in its presumed descendant, Brachylophosaurus. So this is one of the, I think, coolest and most exciting things about modern dinosaur paleontology, is that with enough specimens and with enough data on the provenance of those specimens, where exactly they come from geographically and in the rock record, if we know exactly when those specimens are from, we can line them up in such a way that we can actually see evolution in action over hundreds of thousands or millions of years. And so it seems like Pro-Brachylophosaurus, with its smaller paddle-shaped crest, evolved into Brachylophosaurus, who's from just after, in the same region, with a larger crest. In order to demonstrate this hypothesis, you need to be able to show that it's not individual variation or ontogenetic variation, so you have to make sure you're comparing apples to apples, that they're both skeletally mature animals. It's not like, oh, well, this one, its crest is smaller because it's younger. No, if they're both fully mature, then you can argue that this is an evolutionary difference rather than just an age difference, like one is young and one is more mature. So yeah, and show us several specimens, preferably. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. So at the end of the day, it's a hypothesis that one evolves into the other, but it's a hypothesis that is falsifiable. And that is one of the most important things in science, is coming up with ideas that theoretically and practically you could disprove. If you can't disprove an idea in science, like if you come up with this notion and it's like, I think this is true, but it's impossible to tell, it's impossible to test it and demonstrate that it's untrue, then it's not a very powerful scientific idea. A good scientific hypothesis is bold yet fragile. That fragility is, ironically, it's strength. Because if something is really, really fragile, but you can't tear it down with new evidence, if everything you throw at it doesn't break it, well, then maybe it's true, you know? So saying that Pro-Brachylophosaurus is the ancestor of Brachylophosaurus, there's a bunch of different ways that you could disprove this. So far, nobody's been able to. So it might well be true. Anyway, with this new paper here, they're saying they have further evidence for possible Asian origin of this group. We've got groups of dinosaurs constantly moving back and forth across this land bridge between Asia and North America during parts of the Cretaceous period. And it's cool to try and figure out, where did certain groups of dinosaurs come from? Did they start up in North America? Did they start up in Asia? Did they start up in Europe? Where do they come from? That paleobiogeography is exciting to examine, you know? Oh, how are you doing, Mini Pie? I can't give you any treats right now. There's Mini Pie's right there. Don't tell her. Don't tell her. No. It's okay. I don't think she can hear. Nope. She's looking at me. Never mind. Anyhow, oh, are we gonna have? Okay, we have 2 cats on the desk. Oh, and then there was one. What are you smelling? What are you smelling? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. All we need is moon pie, and then that's a cat trick, all three. Until Sweetie Pie leaves before I can give you some sugar. Nothing, Sweetie Pie. Don't worry about it. Nothing. This is the problem where one of the cats might be allergic to treats, but really wants them anyway. And the other cat also really wants treats, but you can't give her treats in front of the cat who might be allergic. So yeah. Anyhow. What are you smelling? Let's take a look at this paper that I have here in is it? Journal of Systematic Paleontology. Nope, here it is. Yeah. Nice. I emailed the author, corresponding author of this paper, and they very kindly sent me a PDF copy. So we can take a look at this here. Because I'm not subscribed to the Journal of Systematic Paleontology. And I don't really have it in the budget to pay $64 for the PDF. Really long author list here too. This was a collaborative project. And there's Xu Xing, whom we talked about yesterday. Kind of a superstar in the world of dinosaur paleontology. Probably the best known Chinese dinosaur paleontologist in the world, Xu Xing. And probably holds the record for the most dinosaurs named of any living person. He's an author on this. But yeah. Let's see what kind of fossil material they have here. Ooh, nice. Alright, so they've got a number of really decent bones here. Holotype. A nearly complete right dennary is the holotype. So the dennary is the tooth-bearing bone in the lower jaw. So they have one from the right side. This can be very diagnostic, or diagnostic enough to name a new taxon for, within hadrosaurs. And then they have referred material as well. All retrieved elements from this bone bed except for the holotype and paratype. So we've got left maxilla, so one of the upper jaw bones, nasals, which are bones from the top of the skull near the nose, postorbitals, cerangular vertebrae, tibia, caudal verts, left femur, left scapula, shoulder blade. They've got a bunch of different bones, but they had to kind of pick one because there's always a chance, like we were talking about yesterday, when you've got a bone bed, so a whole bunch of material, a bunch of bones scattered around, and none of them are articulated, you can't necessarily say that they're all from the same animal. So in that kind of a situation, you have to pick kind of your best bone, and if you're going to name a new dinosaur, name it based on that. And then you can refer the other material to it and say, these are probably parts of the same critter, but we're not going to base our diagnosis of this species on that other material, because there's always a chance it could have come from a different kind of dinosaur and got jumbled in or whatever. Does that make sense? So it seems like that's what they've done here. Yeah. And hey, Lunaseer, good to have you here. Are you in Montana right now? Nice. I'm glad you like that Hungarian dance cover back in Paperwork, yeah. Here, should we do another song cover? here we go. And our video, maybe when I get back from the field in August, Twitchy Nose Rabbit. I definitely don't have time for that today. But maybe at some point, we'll see. Yeah. Anyway, this critter, Gong Shu Long, is, I'm sure it's going to be reconstructed as looking very similar to Brachylophosaurus. The name comes from Gong Shu Pinyin, which is, I think, it's a way of writing out Mandarin, right? Mandarin Chinese term meaning the Gong River, which is quite close to the fossil location. Long, Pinyin for the Mandarin Chinese term meaning dragon. And Fanhui denotes the sail-like tail, largely attributed to the extremely elongate, curved neural spines along the posterior caudal vertebrae. So these dinosaurs tend to have big, long neural spines coming off of their caudals, their tail vertebrae. And I wouldn't call it a sail, but it's probably more for just helping hold the tail up. It's more of a mechanical than a display thing, I presume. We talked about this a good deal when we were interviewing Filippo Bertozzo about his paper. There we go. Because a lot of these critters tend to have broken vertebrae at the base of the tail on top, probably from mating. But anywho, you've got those long neural spines there, and we gotta pay the landlord here so she doesn't interrupt us in the middle of our interview. Huh, Minnie? Yeah. Is it time? Is it time for some treats? Is that what time it is? What do you think? Oh, look at those. Ooh, good stuff. And Charlie's Dragon says it sounds like these might have even longer verts than other saurolophines. Interesting. Maybe take a look. Let's look at the paper. Whew. Here we go. Like ribs, that looks like a femur. Looks like a smaller individual there. Some skull bones. There's that denery, the lower jaw, with that battery of duck-billed teeth there. Look at those teeth. Diamond shaped like that. Very nice. Oh, you want some more? Look at all the crumbs you're leaving. How wasteful is that? Go get a paper towel and some sanitizer spray. Look at this mess. Look. I shouldn't have given you so many treats. Holy cow, Freaky Feline, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Feline has arrived with 2 raiders.
Yeah, it's good to have you here. How was your stream, Freaky Feline? I hope it was good. Off the desk here, so it's not still covered with cat saliva and cat treat shrapnel. Good stuff. Yeah. And Dino Wolf, I'm not sure. The auto mod sometimes does interesting stuff. I don't have any insight into that. Sorry. Please don't take it personally. It happens. I'm not in control of that. But yeah. Love your stream. Thank you, Freaky Feeling. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. We're going over one of 4 more brand new dinosaur genera and species that were published while I was out in the field and otherwise traveling around. Gong Shu Long. Here's a reconstruction here, and they did give it very long neural spines along the tail. Look at how, like, fan-like the tail is toward the end. It almost reminds me of, like, a Protoceratopsid or something. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, look at those super long neural spines on the tail. That is interesting. That's very interesting. Do we have that in the paper? Oh, there we go. Shoot, I thought these were ribs. Those are from the tail? I saw this in the other photo, and, yeah. So the neural spine is the top part of the vertebra, and we have that on some of these diagrams here. But yeah, those are what? Those are Triceratops dorsals right there. But the part that sticks up out of the top of the vertebra is called the neural spine. In humans, it gets called a spinous process, because of course everything has to have a special name for human anatomy. But for every other vertebrate animal, we call that a neural spine. And they are super long here on the tail. That is bonkers. Really weird. Look at that! What? What? Nuts. Interesting. It does make me wonder whether this is for display. It's so swept back and so thin that it doesn't really strike me as something that would have a strong kind of mechanical advantage to having. I bet you this is just for show. Really weird and cool. Humorous right there? Yeah. Nice. So got some decent material from this critter, and it sounds like they've got even more from this bone bed. It's coming out next to, well, there's a polytomy here. Vacrostavis, Probrachylophosaurus. Yeah. But yeah, if this critter is a little bit older than Probrachylophosaurus, and they're saying that it is from, hard to read. What's the depositional setting? From the Maastrichtian. Interesting. Is it from the Maastrichtian? It's a little late to imply an Asian origin of Brachylophosaurinae. Huh. But anyway, cool stuff. This is neat. Again, just so many new dinosaurs coming out of China all the time. It's truly impressive. If we look at the new dinosaurs published this year, we have how many of them? Here, let's, from Bisharackosaurus onward, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 new dinosaurs published so far in 2026. 25. And, hang on, how does that, Oop, here, let me get rid of this real quick. To 2026. So it is July 6th. We are in week 28, and we've got 25 new dinosaurs. So divided by 28. The 0.89 new dinosaurs per week times 52. So if we project this out to the rest of the year at the current rate, we will have had 46 new dinosaurs published just this year. 46. We'll see if that's how many we get. Could be fewer, could be more. But that's pretty good. And out of all of those, how many of them are from China? Let's see. Changzhousaurus is 1. Eopanachosaurus is 2. 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. 7 of our 25 new dinosaurs so far are from China this year. That's quite a few. China is quickly becoming kind of the world center of vertebrate paleontology. Especially with the U.S. defunding science right now. The federal government just gutting support for science. I would not be shocked if China becomes the world hub of dinosaur paleontology within the next decade. They're already well on their way. But yeah. How many are from the U.S. this year, by the way? Let's see. Argentina, China, Brazil, South Korea, Romania, Spain, Argentina, Uruguay. 1. Ticotheriades. New Mexico. Okay, 1. China has 7 times as many new dinosaurs so far this year. New genera and species published in the U.S. Yeah. Anyway, so, welcome to the world, or welcome back to the world, Gong Shu Long. I do wish that we had, like a proper press release or something for this. It's a cool critter with a really neat tail. Videos, no press release that I can find. There might be stuff all over China in Chinese, but I neither read nor speak nor understand Chinese, Mandarin nor Cantonese, so probably out of luck there. But that's okay. Yeah. And Freaky Feeling says, I wonder if paleontologists will ever run out of new dinosaurs to find. Hasn't happened yet, and the pace is increasing rather than decreasing, it seems. The pace of new dinosaurs being discovered and named and published. So, yeah. There's different estimates for how many new dinosaurs we should expect to find in the next few centuries. New species, new genera. Estimates range from like, we found 10% of them, to we found 2% of them, to we found 80% of them, and it'll plateau soon and then drop off. I think we've probably found significantly less than half of all the dinosaur species that have lived. Probably way less than that. But that's the thing, is we're talking about how many new dinosaurs are left to be discovered. It's not really a question of how many dinosaur species once lived on our planet, because not all of them probably will have been preserved as fossils. Or even if they were, they are way beneath the Earth's surface and we won't really ever get a chance to see them. Or they've already been eroded away and the rocks that hold the only record of their existence are already gone. So I guess the real question is, how many dinosaur species await discovery in those rocks which will be accessible to paleontologists in the future and in the present too? I think it's still a large number. Yeah. I personally am involved with how many new species? 1, 2, probably 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10. At least 12 at least 12 new species that I personally am associated with. Either helped with the excavation, or I'm going to be an author on the paper, or... Actually, with all of them that I'm an author on the paper, I'm also involved with the excavation and collection of these things. So yeah, there's at least a dozen new dinosaurs that I've personally helped dig up. So yeah. Yeah, quite a few. Yeah, there you go, Miggity Marty. Yeah. 12 new species. Yeah. Well, we're going to be interviewing Denver Fowler in about 13 minutes. Yeah. So, let's take a quick look at this. I think this is what we'll be talking about. So let's bring ourselves up to speed here. Oh boy. Colossal T-Rex Gus roars to auction with $30 million estimate. This thing isn't worth a fraction of that, but that's what we're going to be talking with Denver about in just a few minutes. Let's do a quick little primer on this to anybody who hasn't heard about it yet. I will have people asking me about this
Gus is one of
for months, because this has just become this media circus around this thing, and it's really frustrating for a paleontologist who actually is involved with research and discovering these things, digging them up, excavating them, collecting them, studying them, repositing them for the purposes of science. This is a specimen that was dug up by a commercial group, and it's very unclear how much of this is actual bone and how much of it is reconstructed. Par for the course for this sort of thing would be that the vast, vast, vast majority of it is reconstructed. Only a few parts are real fossil bone. That makes it seem pretty likely to me that it's probably the case with this example too. But they've been pretty cagey about that, so it's hard to say.
Of the biggest and most complete T-Rex ever found.
And, I'm sorry, what?
Gus is one of the biggest and most complete T-Rex ever found.
I mean, that's an extraordinary claim. It requires some extraordinary evidence. It does seem like they've kind of spaced out some of the vertebrae, like the intervertebral discs would be way too big, so they're trying to, like, lengthen this critter, maybe more so than is feasible. But also, how much of the real thing is, how much of it is actual real fossil bone? That seems very unclear as well. It is not the most complete T-Rex ever found. Absolutely not. The most complete Tyrannosaurus ever found. Well, it depends who you ask, and whether you think that the specimen in North Carolina is Nanotyrannus or is Tyrannosaurus. I've talked with some Tyrannosaur workers who are not convinced that it's Tyrannosaurus, or that it's Nanotyrannus, rather. But anyway, yeah, there are a few that are nearly complete.
The biggest question of all surrounding the dinosaurs is why.
And Hoot House Livestream, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Hoot House Livestream and their 40
Thank you for the
raiders
raid.
have arrived to ask exactly that question.
I really appreciate that raid. Thank you. And how are you doing, Hoot House? I hope you had an excellent stream. Are you taking a break or something? Or are you still live? I don't know, but welcome. If anybody wants to see some real living dinosaurs, go check out Hoot House Livestream. Widely held to be the most complete Tyrannosaurus specimen ever found is Sue at the Field Museum in Chicago, and I'm trying to find a skeletal diagram that actually shows how much of her is the actual fossil bone and how much is reconstructed. I think Sue is about 80% complete, more or less. There's a list of these on Wikipedia, I think. Specimens of Tyrannosaurus. Bingo. Here we go. Completeness. The percent completeness is a really loosey-goosey kind of term. Yeah. This is the one in the Jurassic Park logo, AMNH 5027. That's about 48% complete, according to this. Yeah, where is Sue? 73% by bone count. Different, there's different ways to measure completeness, and we'll be talking with Denver about that a little bit. There's bone volume, there's bone count, there's other kinds of ways to, yeah. Let's see here. 6625. This is Chomper Rex. That's a specimen that I've worked on personally. Yeah, but a lot of these don't even have percentages because generally, if you're going to see, you know, percent completeness, that's often like a commercial specimen. It's not in this case, but like they'll try and claim that these, oh, it's 70% complete or something. It's like, well, what does that mean? Are you counting each of the bones individually? Or are you saying, well, we have the tail, and we have a leg, and we have a bone from the skull, so we'll say it's about 40%. Like, it sounds like it's an objective figure, but there is a lot of subjectivity within that number. It requires a lot of interpretation, I suppose. Yeah. Anywho, so saying that this is one of the largest and most complete Tyrannosaurus skeletons in the world, it's very unclear how much of this is actual fossil bone and how much of it is casted, sculpted, 3D printed, etc. I haven't seen a single bone from the skull in this that I think is like the actual fossil material, so I think the entire head might have been missing. So all of this is reconstructed. Presumably the arms might be too. It seems like all of the caudal chevrons are also reconstructed. I know they have a few vertebrae, at least that's what it looked like in one of the quarry maps that they have. But when we're interviewing Denver, he might have some insight into this because he's been following this story more closely than I've.
Gus is one of the biggest and most complete T-Rex ever found.
$30 million. That is insane. Like, I could find you 50 Tyrannosaurus specimens like this for $30 million. You could build a world-class museum and fund it in perpetuity. You could, you know, build an endowment that would fund this thing year after year with $30 million. I don't know. It's like, that's an astonishing sum. I think it's outrageous that they're asking that much for this. And nearly 38 feet long. I have my doubts about that too.
The completeness, the quality, the size.
They are all doubtful. Like, show us the information. Don't be so cagey about this. Show us a skeletal diagram. Like, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Preservation. But what I think is really important for people to understand when we're talking about dinosaur fossils is that they don't come out of the ground complete. You don't just...
If you're going to say that, which is true, they don't come out of the ground complete, usually. Sometimes they do, but it's rare. Show us a diagram. That can demonstrate at a glance how much of the skeleton was actually excavated and how much of it is reconstructed. You know, a skeletal diagram. So, like, for Carnotaurus, for instance, there's a lovely skeletal that showed how much of this critter is actually known from fossils. I can't find it on Google image search. It's such garbage nowadays. Who is this here? Coleckin. There we go. Here's a diagram. This is kind of unconventional where they show you in green, but here's how much of this dinosaur was actually found in the ground. Everything highlighted in green. I'm guessing this is probably a lot more than they have for this Tyrannosaurus specimen. You can look at another one. Here it is for this dinosaur, Thanos, which is named after the children's cartoon character, right? Based on a single vertebra. Are we talking something like this for the Tyrannosaurus? Or are we talking something with more bone elements? Like, give us a diagram, you know? It's not hard to do.
Just dig a hole like in Jurassic Park and go, whoa, there's a dinosaur. It takes highly specialized, careful, diligent, skilled people to recognize what they're looking at, to tell the difference between a piece of rock and a piece of this animal. The time and the care that is taken to do it correctly, that is a big part of
it's really difficult to tell how much of this, again, is the real fossil bone and how much is replica, very, very carefully painted and, like, purposefully distressed and cracked to make it look like it's actual bone. Again, there's just a...
time and the care that is taken to do it correctly, that is a big part of what makes this what it is.
61% complete by bone count. So what does that mean? Does that mean that they have a string of vertebrae? And thus they have 61% of the animal? By bone count? What does that mean? Harding County, South Dakota. And I was guessing if this is from near Faith, South Dakota. That's in Meade County. Okay. Huh. Anyway. So this is what I'm going to be talking about with Denver. Let me get things set up here so that we can do this call. Coming up on 3 o'clock now, which is 4 p.m. in Montana, where Denver is right now. You ready, everybody? I worked with Denver for years and years back when I lived in Montana. Montana State University, worked with the Museum of the Rockies. Denver now runs his own museum in North Dakota, and we just spent a couple weeks with him out there in Montana in the field. And I hope you're able to see some of those streams. He'll be a familiar voice for many of you, and it will just be his voice. Let's go ahead and give him a call here. Okay, come on now. Make a call. There we go.
Hello?
Hey, Denver. It's Danny. Can you hear me?
Hey, Danny. How you doing?
I'm doing really well, thanks. How have things been going today, Denver?
Dick's going really well. We live on air, or are we just doing
We're
a
live,
recorded thing?
live right now with 260 people watching. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Luckily, you don't have to get camera shy. It's just audio for you, but I've got a little thing, a little graphic here. It says, on the phone, Dr. Denver Fowler, with a picture of you and, appropriately enough, a Tyrannosaur maxilla, I think, up in the Judith. So, yeah.
I really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us today. I know this is super short notice, but that Tyrannosaur auction in New York City is coming up, and I thought it was important for people to be able to hear your perspective on this kind of thing. But first off, before we get into that, could you tell us a little bit about yourself? Who is Denver Fowler? What's he doing today? How'd he get here? Where is he now? All that stuff.
Well, I'm Denver Fowler. I have my PhD from the Museum of the Rockies in 2016, and I'm currently the curator at Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. And although we're a small museum that no one's ever heard of, I've been there for 10 years now, and we've built one of, if not the largest field programs in United States. We do 3 months worth of field work every year. We do 2 to 3 crews simultaneously. And right now we're in the Judith River. If you watched Danny's broadcast from a few weeks ago, he was out with us. And we're currently digging at Jack's bone bed, which is, if you dare to believe it, a raptor and pterosaur bone bed. And
so cool.
It's also got a couple of hadrosaurs, one of which is a mummy. So it's the best bone bed I've ever dug. Never mind all the other things that's coming out, including a brand new skull last week, which I can't tell you about, but you'll see it somewhere at some point soon.
Very cool. That's super exciting. Yeah. Are you there at the quarry right now, or are you in town currently?
No, I'm standing at the top of the hill because it's a really sunny day and we don't always get a really good signal on a sunny day, which sounds a bit weird, but there you are.
Yeah.
I thought I'd get a clearer signal if I was up by the trucks, but I am at the site, yeah.
Excellent, yeah. Yeah, so everybody, Denver is live just up the hill from the dinosaur dig at the present time. Yeah, like I said, Denver, you've got some really interesting perspectives on the whole, like, commercial fossil sale thing. I feel like part of that kind of comes from your background, because in earlier years, back in England, you actually did some private fossil collecting, right? What kind of insight do you think that gives you into the commercial fossil trade as it exists in the U.S.?
Well, I think that, I think a lot of people in Britain start out, when they're kids, collecting fossils on the beach, and that's how I started out. And I think the perspective that gives is that, there's a really important place for amateur collecting as a way of driving enthusiasm for the science and increasing involvement for the average person.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't be where I am today if it hadn't been for being an amateur collector in the UK. But, I always say that when you're an amateur collector, like, you collect for long enough and then eventually you find something decent. You find something good, you find something important, you find something rare. And that's the point at which you have to make a decision which path you're going to go down.
Mm-hmm.
Are you building a private collection just for yourself, your enjoyment, or do you donate specimens that are important to museums, or do you sell things? Are you in the business for money?
Right.
And I've donated, like, most everything I've found that's been scientifically important. I've donated. I have a few things still, which are going to end up in my museum in North Dakota. I literally just shipped the fossil collection over this Christmas.
Nice.
Because my parents' house had to be cleaned out. But there's not very much, there's just a few odds and ends. It's nothing like what we collect here. But
sure. I remember you showing me a baryonyx tooth once, which was incredibly cool.
Right. I mean, those are nice to see. I don't think they're scientifically important necessarily. I mean, they create a data set.
Mm-hmm.
I've got some pterosaur teeth which should be described. They're not the most important thing in the world, but I'm always they're a good little project for someone who like has been out to work with us and is looking for a project.
Right.
So
yeah.
I just will get someone to describe all those. But I never sold those fossils, and sometimes I think, like, when I was a poor student and I needed some money, I could have sold those, but I didn't. And I've donated specimens to the museums in Britain and in various places around the world, actually. And it just gives the perspective, like, there's a lot of aspects of that, but a lot of the guys who I learned from in the UK were private or amateur collectors, if you like, just members of the public who went out and collected fossils, and they got really good at it.
Right.
And so I got a lot of skills from them, and I just see that group of people as rather different from the purely for-profit collectors that we get in other places, including the United States.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think there's certainly a place for that for the amateur collectors, and I feel like they often get misrepresented. I think there's a lot of there's been arguments on Facebook very recently saying, oh, we should allow collecting on all public land. And I think we all know how that would go. You just see everything get hoovered up, and it would get collected by people who sell it in rock shops. It wouldn't be collected by members of the public. I mean, a few of them would be, but the second you allow that kind of thing to happen, it'll all disappear. It'll evaporate.
Right.
It sounds incredible to suggest that, but it's happened before. You know.
Yeah, absolutely, and it kind of happens now in other countries as well, where like a lot of scientifically important specimens just get scooped off the surface by commercial groups, and they end up, in an auction in Hong Kong or, in a fossil expo in Arizona or whatever. It's a serious problem. Yeah, but the reason I wanted to ask you about this, Denver, is, well, there's an oft-repeated idea that dinosaur auctions are harmful to paleontology, that like commodifying these scientifically important specimens is bad for fossil science. And I think you and I would probably agree on that. But you have an additional insight that I think people really need to hear. You don't think these fossils are actually worth millions of dollars, do you?
They certainly don't cost millions of dollars to dig up.
Right.
A long way from that. I mean, our field crew, we run for 3 months, and the total amount that we spend is a little over $20,000. It's something like 24,000 now, I think. And for that, every year we spend about $20,000 to $24,000. And over the 10 years, then we've spent, possibly $750,000 doing field work. But for that,
how many dinosaurs have you collected with that?
Yeah, we've collected one very good tyrannosaur, and then a couple of partial tyrannosaurs, one of which is the holotype of Daspletosaurus wilsoni.
Right.
We've got this mummified hadrosaur, which we're literally about to lift out of the hole using a digger. As I speak, it's just powered up. If you can hear an engine chugging in the background, everything
happening
right
as
now.
we speak. That's awesome. Shoot.
Yeah, and all sorts of things. I mean, dozens and dozens of specimens and thousands of fossils. I mean, the amount that it costs to dig these things. I mean, that doesn't include wages, but when we're talking about many millions of dollars, it's simply an unrealistic amount of money. And the high end things. I mean, I think the things going in this auction are actually scientifically important. Some of them, at least. I think that's not always the case. I think sometimes you get real junk that's sold for many millions of dollars, which is one of the reasons why these things go to auction. Is that in auctions, it's the buyer who sets the price, not the seller. I don't think any seller would ever get away with charging $8.5 million for Big John. I always pull up Big John because it's quite possibly one of the worst fossils ever sold at auction that raised more than $1 million. It's a truly
the Triceratops, right?
Yeah, it's allegedly the biggest Triceratops, but that's because they reconstructed it incorrectly and basically exaggerated the size of the skull. If you look at the size of certain parts of the skull, you can see it's nowhere near as big as it's purported to be. But they found a few scientists to stick their name on a paper and say it was really big and things, which really shouldn't have happened because the specimen is still private. But as long as we see that kind of thing happen, but there's a real variety at these auctions of mixture of quality specimens. I mean, we saw Stan get sold at auction, even though we were told it would never be sold at auction.
Right.
It was sold, but that was a real quality specimen. It genuinely is like one of the best tyrannosaurs ever dug up, or at least best T-Rex ever dug up. But then you see a lot of junk as well, and some real scrap that we wouldn't even bother collecting. Really, really weathered specimens that have just been put together with plaster and sell for a few $100,000.
Right.
And I just wonder, who's buying these things, because they're clearly not worth anything, really. And you can't blame the people selling them. I mean, if you can collect junky Triceratops and sell it for $500,000 or something like that, then why don't they do it? It's frustrating in a way. I don't think it provides value for money, and you can look at. Like, I don't really spend much time looking at auction specimens because we're never going to buy anything.
Right.
But I always skim them, and you see the way that they get described, and they've evolved over the years, and I feel like it's disingenuous, some of the descriptions that you see. Like, there's all this, how complete is the specimen? Is it by weight? Like they say, it's 70% complete by weight. Well, what that usually means is they've got all the uninteresting bones. They've got a few really big ones, like they've got the pelvis, they've got the femurs, they've got really big, heavy bones, but they haven't got like nice skull or something like that, or it's complete by the number of bones. You really just need a bone map and like proper photographs of what's real and what isn't.
Right.
But,
yeah.
They're getting a little bit better at providing that. I think there are some of those for some of the Sotheby's auction that's up right now, but I think that in the past that's been lacking. And the questions, but at auction, it's buyer's risk. They bid whatever they want for what's there. There's no guarantees. I go to lots of auctions for household stuff, and you buy a cabinet, if it falls off the hinges, you're done.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. What sort of stuff would you like to see as like truth in advertising for some of these auctions? Like, if you were to give some advice to somebody who might be a potential buyer of one of these specimens, what would you tell them?
Well, I think the first thing is get a really good ultraviolet flashlight.
Right.
We use a Convoy C8 in our museum, and shine it over whatever it is you're intending to buy. You can ask the sellers how much of it is real, but the auctioneers usually don't know. These things are done by, like what do you call it, commission. And so they don't really know what they're selling. They don't know what's real or not. But if you get a Convoy C8, shine a UV light over it, usually real fossil will, if it doesn't, it's not going to fluoresce bright colors. Some fossils do, but you'll see the difference between an acrylic paint, which is usually like a blackish color, and resins that are fillers that are usually come up really dark. And you'll be able to see what's real and what isn't. And if they won't let you do that, then you probably shouldn't buy anything. But
fair.
I mean, I just turn all the lights off. And let's go look around the showroom with a UV flashlight. And I don't know. I've never been in a position where, and I really wouldn't be. If I had a few $1 million to spare, I'd just go out and find, 1,000 times as many fossils of my own.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And I like the idea of the bone map, like you said, too, like a skeletal diagram, which is kind of standard practice in dinosaur paleontology. When you're showing off a new taxon, it's like, here's the silhouette of the animal. Let's fill in all the bones that we have in that silhouette. And I don't think I've ever actually seen that in one of these commercial auctions, where they actually just show you at a glance,
Well, they've had a few, and I know there are some in the current auction. But sometimes it's not totally clear, even when they provide these diagrams, what's real and what isn't. And I think sometimes they provide photographs of the unrestored fossil. They say, "Oh, we've got a part of a jaw." It's like, all right, which part have you got? Have you got like most of the length of the jaw, but you're missing an inch at the end, or is an inch at the end all you got?
Right.
Like it's not always clear, and sometimes that'll be one of the tricks they play. Oh, we've got representatives of 78% of the bones. It's like, does that mean you've got 78% of the bones, or you've got 78 out of 100 bones, but many of them are only 1% complete?
Right.
It's never totally clear, and standardizing how you describe completeness and things like that. I would feel it was more fair. I mean, for me, I just think that the sale of these things is often really not very clear, and certainly in the past, a lot of people who bought things, they really bought some, what in my opinion is junk. And when people say save it for science, you know what? Find a scientist who says save it for science, because I think a lot of this stuff isn't worth saving for science.
Right.
Now there are some great specimens, of course. Stan, again, that's the classic. We were told it would never be sold. It was sold. It was a fantastic specimen. It's ended up in a museum in Dubai, I think. Might be slightly wrong there, but you can say, well, it's available for science now. That's the specimen that had already been published on, so it should probably never have been sold, but there you are.
Yeah.
It's the classic as to why you really can't have these things privately held, because we didn't know where that was for months, and it's been published on.
Right. It could have completely disappeared afterward. Yeah.
Right, it could. And there are institutions today in the United States who still hold privately held specimens that are intended for study and really shouldn't be. They're not going to be available in perpetuity, or they might not be. There's always that risk. And again, we were told Stan would never be sold, but it was. So, there has to be a standard, or there has to be a line, and there's a lot of questions like that surround these commercial sales. And I mean, I tell a lot of the ranchers that we meet, or the farmers that we meet in these areas, I say, if anyone's going to collect something off your land and you're not sure, just give me a call. Like, I'll tell you what you've got. Like, I'm not charging anything. I'm not making any money out of it, but I don't like people getting ripped off.
Right.
And I've heard enough stories. We've all heard stories. People can claim, we're not like that. It's like, but some people are. And, some ranchers are too proud to admit they've been ripped off, but some have. And I don't like that. And I don't like it. Like, they're not trusting paleontologists to do things the right way. So, we never collect on private land. We just drive across it every now and then to get access to public lands. But I don't want those people getting ripped off. So I tell them, and I've not had to say very many people, but you should know what's coming off your land. And who can blame, this is a problem. Like, if these specimens are selling for millions of dollars, there's ranchers who don't have that kind of money. They don't have much money, and for them, it might make a real difference. And it's very hard to blame them for taking what would really help them out, taking money that would really help them out.
Sure.
So it's not a straightforward situation where you say, well, the fossils are really important and they should all belong in museums. I mean, it's complicated. I don't know what the right answer is, but I do know that museums, they can't afford the sort of prices that we're seeing right now. And quite frankly, it's not worth it. Even if we did have $30 million to spend on T-Rex, I bet I could go out and find quite a few T-Rex for $30 million.
Absolutely, yeah. That's one of the things I wanted to ask you about, Denver, was one of the big pieces of the marketing around this Gus specimen, and you hear this a lot with similar auctions, is they really emphasize the rarity of these things. But I remember being out in the field with you and Liz and Jack Wilson in 2017, and one day you and Jack were out prospecting, and within the span of a few hours, I think you found 3 different associated Tyrannosaurus specimens, just within a few hours. You remember that day?
Yeah, I remember that day. I mean, rarity, it's an important thing to get a grasp of. One of the arguments about these sales is sometimes that these things aren't all that rare.
Sure.
And that it doesn't hurt science because the science has got loads of specimens already. And we all know that the reality is that the more specimens we have, the better we can understand what's going on in these species, and the better data that we have, etc. So, that's not really the case. And I think if you go to somewhere where no one's ever been, or at least no one's been for maybe 100 years, there's stuff coming out. But there really is.
You will find things.
A lot of this private land has not been looked at. So, I mean, it's the dinosaurs itself for the most are T-Rexes and Triceratops, it would seem. Triceratops is very glam with all of its horns and spikes. Triceratops is a common animal.
Oh yeah.
When Barnum, I think was it Barnum Brown who said when he went to the Hell Creek, he'd seen over 400 Triceratops in the field, and some people think that doesn't sound very likely.
But he was the first guy out there.
The case.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I think I've collected over 100 Triceratops sites. And we only collect probably 1 in 4, 1 in 5 trikes that we find. Usually they're just sort of messed up, trash.
Right.
So they get collected and glued together and then sold for millions of dollars. But there really are that many out there. And that's really good for us being able to collect a large data set. We went out as part of the Hell Creek project with Museum of the Rockies, and we collected a lot of Triceratops. We put them all in section, and we started to see patterns, and we got growth stages that we'd never seen before. We saw how they evolved through time because no one had ever bothered putting them in section before.
Right.
And the more specimens you have, you can start filling in these gaps in knowledge. It's not just we've got one specimen, that's all we need. So the abundance of Triceratops, I always find it very surprising that Triceratops sells for so much, and then things that are genuinely rare sometimes don't sell for anywhere near as much money because people just want these big name dinosaurs.
Right, yeah. Kind of building on that concept, we know that Triceratops is very common. And you personally have dug up, you said, like close to 100 Triceratops specimens. Tyrannosaurus also is not all that rare. I want to like emphasize that point, like hammer it home. Out of all the dinosaurs in, say, the Hell Creek Formation, Tyrannosaurus is probably second or third most common, at least in terms of like if you go out and do a prospecting survey. How many different Tyrannosaur elements do you think you have found that could potentially like lead to a skeleton over the years?
Never had all that much finding T-Rex. I mean, we found a few. I mean, I think we dug at like 3 or 4. So that's 25 times fewer than I did Triceratops. But I was never really looking for T-Rex all that hard either. But I don't know. I'm probably underestimating that. I mean, I've definitely done 40 T-Rex.
Yeah.
But possibly more sites. It's a while since I've been out in the Hell Creek that much. But it's yeah, I mean, again, though, I mean, the thing is, the T-Rex specimens that are out there, like, obviously there's a great deal of many scientific questions swirling around T-Rex, especially right now.
Kind of now more than ever, yeah.
The more specimens that there are available for research is going to help resolve those problems. And I understand that the fact that T-Rex is this big name, it's got lots of controversy attached to it, makes it seem more appealing, makes people want to buy it more. But, if you like it that much, it'd be really great for like more of these specimens to end up in museums or to be studied. But then, like I say, if you had $30 million to spend on something, I wouldn't spend it on a commercial specimen. I'd go out and find them myself. So it's a really difficult and complicated situation. Like, I think for me, part of the issue is that people who might potentially donate to museums are instead buying these specimens and then donating the specimens. And really, that's kind of, well, you got one specimen and it cost somebody $10 million. Whereas if they gave $10 million, we could have had many, many more specimens.
Exactly, yeah.
So, I mean, I spent about $250,000, not even that much, over 10 years on field work. And we've got countless important specimens for science.
Right,
and that's a much better use of funds. Like we squeeze out every cent from money that we receive.
You've been very good at that, Denver. Yeah, it's impressive, honestly. Yeah, I know you take pride in that, and it's
the crew doesn't always think it's impressive on a hot day when it's like no showers for you. We're staying in camp. And it's pretty rough camping, but
that's what
if
you
I
got to
had
do.
twice as much money, I'd just do twice as much field work. I wouldn't make it any more luxurious.
Yeah, fair. I mean, we didn't go out there to be pampered. Like, we went out there to find dinosaurs, and speaking of which, I want to return briefly to the Liberty Lambeosaurus specimen that you said is going to be. Are you flipping that, or you're? Did you already flip it, and you're just taking it out of the hole today, or what's going on with that? And can you tell us a little bit about why that specimen is important too?
Well, it's a Lambeosaurus. It's the only Lambeosaurus specimen from the United States.
Right.
It demonstrates that we have an overlapping fauna here. We have a lot of elements of the Dinosaur Park Formation fauna, and I think that the unit that they're in is Dinosaur Park Formation. But we also have some elements from southern faunas too. So this whole idea about endemicity is just it's not supported by this kind of finding. But anyway, this specimen, it has skin, it has a complete skull, one of the most nicest skulls. We got very lucky with it. It was the first thing we found. One of the lower jaws was sticking out. So one of the lower jaws is not quite complete because some of it had gone down the hill. But the rest of it was in there, like just a few inches from the edge of the cliff. So they managed to get the skull out, and then followed down the neck and through the shoulders and into the hips. And it's lying on its right-hand side, and the left-hand side has moved around a lot, but the right-hand side seems to be mostly articulated, and is covered in skin. Probably, at least right now, it's the probably the most skin on a Lambeosaurus. There's some Coryphosaur mummies out there that are very good, but this was probably the most expensive skin impressions for Lambeosaurus. That said, obviously needs to be pulled out of the ground and cleaned up, but seems to have skin all the way down the leg and down into the foot pads and stuff like that. So
So for the first Lambeosaurus from the United States, covered with beautiful skin impressions, and you've got a gorgeous skull and much of the postcrania and everything too. It's a phenomenal specimen. How many tens of millions of dollars is it going to take to excavate that and prepare it, Denver?
Okay, well, it's been, we had maybe 3 or 4 crew working on it for a few months over the last few years. And it took some time to clean up. But, I wouldn't know how much to put like the cost on it, but it's certainly nowhere near our whole field budget for the year.
Right.
And, the amount of preparation time that goes into that might be significant, but that's mummified remains. This is part of the reason why we've been why it's taken us so long to get a lot of that stuff out and clean, because skin is just a nightmare to deal with, because you don't want to expose it, you don't want to put glue on it. You just want to leave it clean. And then when you're in the lab, it's hard to see unless you've already exposed it. It's hard to see where it's going to be. Just looks like an orange line in cross section.
Right.
So it's very hard to estimate how much it costs to work on a specimen like that. But we're not talking millions of dollars, certainly.
Right. That's the point I wanted to make. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. I guess kind of continuing on that theme, sometimes you hear people say stuff like, well, if scientists are upset about these dinosaur auctions, then they should just ask a museum to buy the dinosaur, because museums are loaded with money, right? Do museums have that kind of money? Does your institution have that kind of money? And if you did, would that be a good use for that kind of money?
Well, small museums certainly don't have that kind of money. And for a while, the big museums were getting financial backing to make these purchases. But the prices have gone up so much, even the big museums can't afford it now. And, as terrible as that might sound, some of the big museums really have to take some responsibility for driving these prices up, because it is certainly part of the problem. But regardless, 30 million, that sort of money. Quite honestly with you, like, you're not going to get that much research out of a T-Rex for 30 million.
You could build a museum for that much.
Paper and JVP. You might do a monograph, but to be fair, T-Rex has never had like super extensive. There's obviously the Sioux monograph, but not many specimens have been particularly well figured, other than that specimen. I always feel it's quite surprising that there isn't more Tyrannosaur material well figured out there.
Sure.
It's getting better now these days, but historically it's quite surprising. Nowhere near as bad as duckbills. But it's just like, you're not going to make your money back. It's just whether or not you have someone who wants to put that in. And again, if you had 30 million, you could do something so much better with that kind of money. It's, you just fund your field program forever, or
literally in
I could make my
perpetuity.
field program 10 times the size.
Exactly. Yeah, you could have an army of volunteers going out and finding dinosaurs and excavating specimens every summer. You could have 100 times as many specimens. Maybe they wouldn't all be Tyrannosaurus, but like the amount of science you could do with that kind of cash it boggles the mind.
Well, the science you can do, but you can get these things out in front of the public. We actually have more important specimens on display for the public, and I haven't published on those yet. But I like to get them out there so people can see them, and then we can do the research and start trying to catch up to an extent. But yeah, it's for everyone. Like the dinosaurs belong to the whole world, and I mean that's another thing. I don't really know why people in other countries desperately want a T-Rex and a Triceratops. The Triceratops is a weird. It's a group of ceratopsians. You know, they're just North American basically, and like I always think it's kind of a shame to see a museum somewhere else and they're all North American dinosaurs.
Right.
And especially in places that have their own dinosaurs. Wouldn't you much rather see like what's in, you know, this country or that country?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Even if it's more fragmentary specimens, I mean, these days you can reconstruct things really well with fantastic sculptors, all sorts of talented people who can make great looking mounts.
Oh yeah.
It's you know, the whole story. It's kind of. I work in North America. You know, this is where I am. So like, I'm interested in those fossils, but if I was in Australia or somewhere, I wouldn't be terribly excited by Triceratops. So I don't know, take your pick.
Fair. There's so many mysterious, sometimes fragmentary, but really cool dinosaurs from Australia. So seeing that recent, what was it, Triceratops that went up on display there that came from a private sale, like, what are they thinking? I don't understand that.
Spectacular, but like, yeah, I mean, the money that goes into it, that you should go out and really look. I mean, there's some places that don't have many dinosaurs, of course, but otherwise, I think like even if they're more fragmentary, I think there's many stories to be told that are kind of being shortchanged by these grand. I don't know. Here's another Triceratops exhibit.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of drawing that out to something like a conclusion. With all of these high prices being asked for these fossils at auction and everything, it kind of seems overinflated. Do you think the commercial market for dinosaur fossils is in a bubble? Do you think that prices are going to fall when people realize that these things are not actually worth that much?
I think it absolutely is a bubble. People are buying these things for increased prices because they think the price is going to keep going up and the value is going to keep going up. And the stellar specimens, maybe that's true. If there's a bit of a financial crash or something, I think the world is expecting, then maybe that won't persist those prices. But a lot of the specimens that aren't very good are really not worth what people are paying. And I guess if they want that in their living room, that's up to them. It's a tricky subject. I mean, I think that there's been far too much media attention on this battle between academics and commercial people. And as I started out saying, I think that some of the forgotten people in this are many of the amateurs and the people who just go out and collect. They're hobbyists. They find something really cool, you know, and like I'm very much in support of that side of things. I'm not in support of just outright everything being collected and sold, and you're never going to see a fossil in a museum unless you've got millions of dollars to pay for it. Like, I don't know. I think we've pushed past what would be a acceptable medium position into basically an unacceptable territory now.
Well said.
It's a difficult subject, and I there's very rarely have I seen a well-written article about it. Usually it's sensationalized. There was one, I think, in like Cowboy Daily.
You were in that, article.
Right? Yeah, I was in that. And I thought they listened.
Yeah.
They listened to some subtlety stuff, and they didn't just usually phone up the same people who say exactly the same things.
Right.
You know, there's subtlety, and you know, are they really worth it? Would you buy a Ming vase if you knew it was actually 3 Ming vases smashed up and glued together with 50% 3D printing? I mean, really, would you? And isn't the show just kind of embarrassing when they're cradling this 3D printed jaw with their little white gloves on, looking like Mickey Mouse? I mean, it you know, wearing gloves is not actually a good thing with fossils. You have much better grip with your hands, and you've got to be a bit careful if you haven't. You know, obviously some things you don't want to get oils on and stuff, and you don't want to handle them repeatedly. But I just feel like the spectacle is just also false, and it's. I mean, maybe that's what people are paying for. Maybe what they think is the case. You know, white coats and white gloves, and someone dressed like a penguin.
Well,
but it's
go for it. Yeah.
No, you can go for it.
Kind of continuing with that theme. when you have these skeletons that go up at auction, like the Gus specimen, I am not clear on how much of that is actual fossil bone, because when you're gussing something like this up in order to be able to sell it at auction, the point is to make it look as complete as possible, which is usually not really how we do things in fossil science, where you want to make it clear which parts are reconstructed and which parts are the original fossil bone. And so that idea that you brought up of this being like a show with the white gloves and everything, these are kind of more showpieces at the end of the day than they are fossil specimens by the time they've gone through all that reconstruction. Any thoughts on that? Like, how do you do things differently in your museum when you're reconstructing stuff?
Well, fair enough. If we're these days, if museums are reconstructing specimens, they tend to color the real fossil different from the reconstructed fossil, often subtly, so that it isn't too grating. But you can see clearly what's real and what isn't. And that wasn't the case in the past. In the past, there were lots of cases where reconstructions were done, and you couldn't tell what was real and what wasn't.
Right.
I mean, famously, like the frills in the of some of those ceratopsians in the American Museum are like mostly plaster. There was a good paper by Nick Longrich a few years ago that showed like drawings of what was real and what wasn't. And you're like, yeah, they're not quite as spectacular when you actually get down to it.
Right.
And that can be a problem for science, because if you can't get in and look and see what's real, who's to say?
Right.
Whether
and to be
it's
clear,
something that's
these
important or not.
specimens were reconstructed back in like the early 1900s. Like that's a
Of
long
course,
time ago.
of course.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, up to yeah, in those days. But it's that's. I mean, I think that like I say, there were some skeletal diagrams with some of this most recent auction, but you really do need to see what's real and what isn't, and some of the UV lights would help show that probably.
Right.
It's tricky subject, and I mean, I would like people to think about what these things are really worth and what they're paying for. But I've also we're in this for the science. I could have been a millionaire many times over if I'd become a commercial paleontologist.
Right.
I really could. I mean, there's some really talented commercial paleontologists out there who are very good at finding things, but there's quite a lot who aren't as well, and they're just going out and I've seen some shocking things, and I don't think it helps. It doesn't help the image of paleontology to have this sort of cowboy attitude sometimes, and I mean that in the British sense. And it's I don't know. You hear things and you think, well, it's unfortunate specimens are lost, but museums lose specimens too. It's I just feel like museums really, science can't compete now for these sorts of prices, and it might mean that T-Rex might be done as far as research goes, unless we have enough crews going out in the Hell Creek finding new specimens, because I mean most museums aren't going to pay 30 million for a specimen.
Right.
I mean, I don't think it'll get 30 million, but
I don't think so either.
I didn't think that.
Well, I mean,
it's not got the name of Stan. It's not got the infamy of Sue. It's
right. Yeah.
But who knows?
I heard the starting bid is something like 19 million or something like that.
Before we wrap up, to make the money then. See, I don't care as much as other people, because we go out and we find things. I just think that it doesn't represent value for money, and it just irritates me when people say save it for science when any of these things aren't scientifically important. When it comes to the stuff in that auction, I think the embryos with the eggs are much more exciting. But we've just been digging up specimens a bit like that. Yes, and I think those specimens are from I don't know, a few miles from here. They're really not from far away. But there's, you do see interesting things come up, and really T-Rex and Triceratops are some of the least interesting things that come up for sale, research-wise.
Sure, yeah. There have been a lot of specimens found and a lot of work done on them. I don't know, and there's still undiscovered dinosaurs in the Hell Creek. You will have things that will be new. Yeah. So, kind of wrapping things up here at Denver, if this specimen showpiece, whatever you want to call it, with as much reconstruction as it's likely had, if this does fetch anything close to $20 million, what will your reaction be next week after the auction?
Well, you hope that it ends up at a place where it can be looked at if it's something that's important. It's not clear to me if it is, but we'll see. But I mean, it's not in my sphere of possibility. It's not in the realm of possibility for me to have anything to do with something that costs so much money. And so you just kind of look at it like people riding on spaceships into space. It's like that's what people do. And my job is to. I mean, I think it's a shame. Like, if that means that a person had money that they wanted to put into dinosaurs, and instead of donating to a museum or maybe helping build someplace up, they spent it on a big white elephant, then I think that's a shame that there's an opportunity missed there. And that's kind of like the only connection I have with that kind of a thing. Like, I mean, I'll say that the ones in this current auction, most of what I can see there does look a lot more genuine than things in the past. There's been some junk in the past. There's been very misleading descriptions in the past, and this stuff looks to be much better quality. But I don't know. I mean, we just don't live. I think there's just no reality to the values that these things command.
Right.
And
the numbers seem just completely arbitrary.
I don't live in that world.
Yeah.
I live in the world of, like, I could raise probably $5,000 pretty easy if I needed to do something. We just did that to get some overburden done. And I have to apply for grants if I need to raise like 50 grand for a helicopter lift. I don't live in the world of millions of dollars, never mind $20 million, $30 million. And again, if you've got that kind of money, don't spend it on the dinosaur, do something worthwhile with it.
The line that I always use in a situation like this is, if someone is trying to use their pocketbook to show how much they love dinosaurs, you could do so much better by like funding a field program. Maybe somebody would name a new dinosaur species after you if you're a wealthy person who funds field work, and then you get that certain degree of immortality, like having a new dinosaur that it's named after you. This auction like this is not going to be able to do that. Yeah,
I discussed with my director a bit. Our expansion's going ahead, and I said, well, how much would you have to donate to have this whole new museum named after you? It's I always say it's a bit like Mr. Yale, who sponsored Yale University. And like, if you look at how much he donated in modern day money, like to have the whole university named after him, in modern dollars, it's something like $100,000. It's really low
for Yale University. That's nuts.
Yeah, you look at the history of Yale University and how much the name was basically sold for back in the day. He paid for a building to be built, and it grew from there, of course. But like I feel like we could be like the Yale. Like, you could sponsor us now for really very, very little money.
There you go. Yeah.
And you'd have the whole museum named after you, and we're going places. We've got all sorts of great stuff.
Yep. So get in on the ground floor. Like that's
exactly. Yeah. Look out for a deal. Don't just go to an auction and go, $30 million. It's like $30 million. We could have like multiple wings of our museum and all kinds of fantastic new dinosaurs up there.
Right.
We've already got a lot of good dinosaurs, but you can get much better value, I think. There's all, and then it's not just our museum, of course. There's museums all across the world and all across the United States that I know of that could really benefit from that kind of thing, if you're really into dinosaurs.
Absolutely. Well, this is why I wanted to ask you about this, Denver. I really appreciate your perspective, and I hope that seems like people in the chat really appreciate that as well. So I'm grateful that you took out the time during your duckbill dig to talk with us about this. And best of luck with the continued excavation and everything. I hope the lift goes well today. And we went a little bit longer than 45 minutes. Holy cow. Thank you for taking the time, Denver. We really appreciate it.
Cheers, Dan. It's always great to talk. And thanks to everybody watching your show. I always think that you've built a great community there, and you're doing a great service, doing something very different everyone enjoys.
I appreciate you saying that, Denver. That means a lot coming from you. Thank you. All right. Well, cool. Thanks so much, Denver. Say hello to the crew for me, and hopefully I'll talk to you soon.
Will do. All right. See you around.
All right. Bye-bye. Nice. Well, everybody, that was Dr. Denver Fowler there, curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. Thanks for listening in. Sorry I couldn't be as attentive to chat as I normally try to be during that interview, but again, I think that's an important perspective to have. Good stuff. And if anyone has any questions that I missed while I was talking with Denver, please feel free to repost them in the chat, and we'll get to those. And then we'll get into some of our other new dinosaurs here as well. Communications Committee at SVP right now. David says that the post is up. There we go. Find that real quick. Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Is it posted here? Excellent. All right. New post just dropped. A statement from the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, of which I am a proud member and part of the Communications Committee for SVP. Let's read this off real quick. There we go. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology urges preservation of scientifically significant fossils in public trust ahead of T-Rex auction at Sotheby's in New York City on July 14th. SVP recognizes the public excitement surrounding the upcoming auction of Gus, an exceptionally complete Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton. I'm not actually sure it's exceptionally complete, but we'll see. Or maybe we won't see. I don't know. Maybe they'll disappear into a private collection. That's highly likely. While spectacular dinosaur fossils capture the imaginations of the public around the world, SVP emphasizes that specimens of this scientific importance represent far more than rare collectibles. SVP's long-standing position is that scientifically significant vertebrate fossils should be permanently curated in accredited museums, universities, and other public research institutions, where they remain available for scientific investigation, education, and public exhibition. These institutions ensure that specimens are preserved, documented, and accessible for future generations. Scientifically significant vertebrate fossils are unique records of Earth's history. They preserve evidence of ancient biodiversity, evolution, growth, disease, behavior, and the environments in which extinct animals lived. There you go. Well said from SVP. Here is a link to that post right there, if you'd like to follow them on Instagram, if you happen to be on that platform. I've not posted anything on Instagram in years now. I get to do that. But yeah, this is more or less official statement from the Society. And kind of what you would expect them to say. These fossils are important scientific specimens. As a wise man once said, that belongs in a museum! That's part of the reason why I wanted to talk to Denver about this, because his perspective that, yes, we can take it as a given that these things should be in a museum if they're scientifically important. They should belong to humanity as a whole, not one individual person who can hoard these things. But at the same time, these things don't cost very much money to excavate. They're often less rare than they're purported to be. This thing is a bubble, you know? These commercial auctions can be harmful to our science. The sooner that bubble pops, the better, honestly. And I think the people who are considering bidding on specimens like that Tyrannosaurus, they would do well to consider how complete is this thing really? How much did it really cost to excavate? And How rare are these things, actually? Maybe don't fall victim to all the hype here. Caveat emptor, buyer beware. That's my take on this. Anywho, we can turn our alerts back on here. NC152 Flyer, thank you for the 10 months of support there. No need to name anything after me for my generous gift, and I appreciate you nonetheless. Flyer, thank you, thank you. Alexander Morrison wants to know, is the Tyrannosaur skull that I have up here in honor of our interview today, is that Tarbosaurus? It is largely based on Tarbosaurus, yes, Alexander. You can actually get this online. You can get the files for this and 3D print it. There we go. So this
Science. What's science ever done for us? TV off.
Randall979, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I opened the jaws on this because I thought I might as well. The popular thing to do is make every dinosaur look like it's screaming for drama's sake, which is kind of what I did here. Tongue in cheek. But yeah, the skull here in particular is based largely on that baby Tarbosaurus specimen from Mongolia. We don't necessarily have great material from this stage of growth in Tyrannosaurus rex in particular. The best skull that I'm aware of is, there we go, MOR 6625, I believe, the Chomper rex specimen, and most of this is reconstructed. We've got a good portion of the dennary, the lower jaw with teeth. We've got some other bones of the skull, but this is largely reconstructed based on other specimens of baby tyrannosaurs from around the world, like this one here from Mongolia. This gorgeous baby Tarbosaurus. Man, would I be thrilled to get the files to 3D print this. That would be stellar. Do that for research and, well, largely outreach purposes. It'd be so cool to have that up on the wall, but this is really nice too, and you can get that yourself. You could just do the skull, or you could do the entire skeleton. Here's part 1 of 10. There you go. This sculptor does excellent work. And he's actually working with Denver Fowler in his museum right now to design some exhibits. Like a Leptoceratops exhibit. I have a bunch of these, including the baby Triceratops. There we go. Look familiar? So if you want a showpiece, you really kind of can't beat a replica like this, a 3D print or a cast. It's not a huge pain in the butt to have in your home like an actual fossil specimen would be. Specimens, actual fossils are, in most cases, they're very heavy, they're very delicate. You kind of need proper temperature and humidity controls if you don't want these things to fall apart over time. If it's something that you purchased at auction, it would probably cost a fortune to insure. And anybody walking into your home, unless they happen to be trained in paleontology, they're not going to be able to tell the difference between something like this, properly painted, and an actual fossil specimen. And let's face it, a lot of the fossil specimens you buy at auction are largely reconstructed anyway. Oh yeah, that's my 2 cents on this. And very cool, Peanut Butter Princess says, I have a T-Rex skull tattoo. I got to commemorate starting my geology degree. Very nice, that's awesome. I'm working toward doing paleontology myself. Getting another this month to celebrate finishing the degree. Well done. Congrats on your degree. You're doing the thing. That's awesome. It's a rare and beautiful thing when people actually get to follow their dreams. I've been very lucky in being able to do a lot of that. It's like you've been very lucky too. Congrats. Something to be proud of. And Claire Burr says, do you want me to isolate the segment with Denver for fossil finders? If you wouldn't mind, Claire, that'd be great. Yeah. Yeah. I think SVP might want to use part of that too. So if you're able to isolate that, and upload it as a separate video, I think they might be able to work with that. Thank you, Claire. A very cool Dino Wolf T-Rex skeleton tattoo. Very cool. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. And Clipper, I think if you just upload it to YouTube, I can give them instructions on how to download it from there. But yeah, I appreciate it, Claire. Anyway, good stuff. I'm really glad we were able to talk about that. We've got about 2 hours left in today's stream. We've got 3 more dinosaurs to cover here. Yeah. All right. And Claire Burr wants to know, is Chomper named for the character in Land Before Time 2? While you might assume that, the answer is no, actually. It's kind of a funny story, the Chomper Rex saga. That specimen was first discovered back in 2006, excuse me, before my time. Lee Hall, who is currently, I think, between jobs in paleontology. Here's Lee right here. Here he is in front of Yoshi's Trike, the Yoshi's Trike site specimen. Lee was one of my crew chiefs. He in Denver led this this excavation in 2011, and one season, and like I think it was less than a month and a half, we excavated all of the postcrania of this Triceratops. There we go. One of the larger Triceratops specimens ever found. Well, it has the longest brow horns. The body itself is actually not very big. Even though it looks like it is mounted here, it's mounted in kind of a weird way. We weren't really happy with the way that it turned out. That's beside the point. Anyway, yeah, all of these ribs carefully collected, scapulae, limb bones, ton of verts, and the sacrum. Holy cow, was enormous. The sacrum and the pelvis, just bonkers huge. Yeah, Lee helped lead the charge in excavating this thing. That was in 2011, my first summer in the field. 2006, years prior to that, not too far away, in Garfield County, Montana, Lee was out prospecting. That's what we call it when we go out and look for new fossil sites. You walk along, you look for anything that's eroding out of the ground, and then you can kind of follow it up, sometimes like a trail of breadcrumbs, to where it's eroding out. And if you're really lucky, there might be more of the specimen there. You can excavate it, collect it, and gather good scientific data from it. Lee happened to find, during some prospecting in 2006, dental... Damn, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Lee found a jawbone, lower jaw. Take the distal end of the lower jaw like this with some beautiful teeth in it. And he thought, wow, that's really cool. Nobody had ever found a juvenile Tyrannosaurus like that before. And so, of course, Lee, being a very reasonable guy, did not automatically assume that he was looking at a Tyrannosaur lower jaw. So he picked this thing up and he goes, wow, that's really neat. Beautiful little croc jaw. Maybe from an alligatorid. He popped it into a collecting bag. He quickly, scrawled down a little note as he was geomarking the site with GPS and taking notes and everything. Called it, Chomper. A little chompy alligator. It went back to the museum. Ended up in the collections, obviously, as all the fossils that we collect from public land do. They end up, in the collections of the museum. And Denver Fowler was looking through the drawers one day, and he saw, he described it as a little paper bag. It just said alligator jaw on it. And Denver went, everybody loves alligators. Let's take a look. He opens the bag up, pulls this thing out, and goes, holy cow! This is a Tyrannosaur lower jaw from a baby T-Rex, presumably. The first one that anybody had ever found. This is I think 2010? Maybe it was 2012? I forget. It was a while after the initial discovery and collection. And in 2013, I was on Denver's crew. We went out to that site and scoured the hillside to try and find more pieces of this because it was so important. And we found a bunch. So we now have more pieces of this. I think this skull, Larry Whitmer's lab put this together based on the baby Tarbosaurus and some other stuff. But I think the only parts that they scanned and incorporated in were the lower jaw. Now we have other pieces of the skull, so this would look a little bit different now that we've got more detailed information about what the rest of the skull would look like. But yeah, that's the story of Chomper, now called Chomper Rex, because we think that it's probably a baby Tyrannosaurus. If Nanotyrannus does end up being valid and a different kind of Tyrannosaur, then maybe it's a baby Nanotyrannus. But we shall see about that. There's interesting stuff in the works there from a few different teams trying to test the idea of whether or not Nanotyrannus is actually valid. So that's by no means a closed case, put it that way. So yeah. And Alexander, pieces a bit too thin to be from a Neosuchian. I mean, there are some Suchians who have kind of weirdly thin dentaries, but you're right, they generally are pretty robust. You don't necessarily have that kind of lateral compression like you have in theropod dinosaurs here. Here's an alligator skull. Not a cast or a 3D print, but an actual genuine real-life alligator skull. Here's the dentary right here. And then it connects to the angular and cerangular and the splenial and all those other bones in there. But you can tell it's pretty broad from side to side here. Here we go. Not super thin laterally here. It's fairly robust, honestly. So yeah. But it's funny, you're used to finding elements of crocs when you're out prospecting. You find osteoderms, you find teeth. If you're really lucky, you find some skull elements, or often you find limb bones, verts. So when Lee first found that lower jaw, it made sense for him to think, oh yeah, it's from a croc. He never thought he would be so incredibly lucky to find the world's smallest Tyrannosaurus specimen. But there you go. Yeah. Anyhow. The largest mandibular fenestrae within living archosaurs. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Big old hole there in the lower jaw. It's a muscle attachment point, as I understand it. And it has to do with closing the jaws very quickly and forcefully. I could do a whole stream just based around the anatomy of this one skull. Like, we could easily fill 5 hours just talking about, well, fill a whole week's worth of streams just talking about the skull of alligator Mississippiensis. But we're not going to do that today. We've got 3 brand new dinosaurs to talk about. We got to get into that because we've got less than 2 hours left in today's stream. Yeah. And you would listen to that, Rushwing? Maybe one of these days we'll do a Sukian Spectacular stream. Crocopalooza, something like that. But it will not be today. Alright, we've got to get back on the new dinosaur taxon horse here. We've got 3 more dinosaurs left to do. And I'd love to be able to leave some time at the end of the stream to talk about the fieldwork I'll be doing in Utah, starting on Tuesday, first stream on Wednesday. So anyway, let's get into some fossil news right now. All right. Today, continuing our fossil news. 3 new stories. 3 new dinosaurs that were published just within the couple of months that I've been out traveling and doing fieldwork this summer. Our first one is Kank. Conk? Kank? Lovely. It's a Deinonychosaur. While it might look like a troodontid here, with the short-ish arms and the long stilty legs, this is an Unenlahine dromaeosaur. This is kind of a mysterious group of dinosaurs here, but we're gonna talk about it.
Tradoon.
See, we've got a press release for this critter. It's in JVP, the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology, which unfortunately is paywalled, but I'm a member of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. JVP is our in-house journal. So, oh, here we go. Excellent. I'm glad to see that they just did get some popular press. This 70 million year old dinosaur looked like a raptor, but may have fished like a heron. Learn how Kank australis, a newly described raptor-like dinosaur from Patagonia, may have used its flexible neck, sharp teeth, and wetland habit to hunt more like a heron than a raptor. More than bird of prey. Herons are birds of prey. Most birds eat other critters. I've always thought bird of prey only excludes a few birds, like, say, Watsons, who were strictly herbivorous. But anyway, to help introduce you to this group of dinosaurs, let's check out this clip from Prehistoric Planet with the, I think, largest member of this clade. Take a look. Pretty short arms there. A big critter. So still has that sicko claw there on the hind foot, but probably not as pronounced as in other dromaeosaurs. Yeah. So having conical, largely unserrated teeth is a feature of piscivorous archosaurs. And mammals, too, like dolphins. Anyway, you get the idea. That's Ostroraptor, which is one of the Unenlahine dromaeosaurs, or Unenlahine, tomato potato. I follow Matt Lamana's pronunciation here, who follows the Argentines. Let's say Unenlahine dromaeosaur. And I like how it sounds. I actually have an Ostroraptor 3D print over here. Not a fossil specimen, but a life reconstruction of this critter. So, characteristic for this group are pretty short arms, shorter than in the other dromaeosaurs. Oftentimes they are pretty lanky. This one here is very stout looking, thick legs and everything, because it's a pretty big animal. But some of these guys are very, very stilty, svelte, thin, things like Butryraptor. This little guy, very, very stilty. Just a spry little guy. But yeah, another Unenlahine, right? Yeah. So this group, here's Ostroraptor here, looking pretty stout. Not quite as stout as this reconstruction, but close. But some of these guys, especially when they're smaller, they are very, very thin-legged. Just skinny all around. Diocene was one that's the one in the middle there. That was published when I was out in the field with Matt Lamana. See if I can find that video real quick. Just trying to build context for you. Because some of you will remember this. No, I'm beyond flat. Here's my interview with Matt Lamana.
My people as well from Pittsburgh. You
too.
100%.
And Matt Lamana was on that crew, and so I watched that tape so many times I practically wore it out. And now, get to have Matt out here in the field with us, and now you're on my show, which is
and you're
crazy.
And you've been a lifesaver to me and my people as well from Pittsburgh.
Shoot,
so,
I appreciate that. No,
this dude is one of the best field people I've ever worked with. No joke. Yep. And
wow.
he's not paying me to say that. And this is only my second beer, so.
Is it here that we talk about? Here, if I do a search for pronounce. Ah.
Like claws and be bird-like and feathered and things like that, but yes.
where like they all draw.
Oh, nice. Like together, kind of.
Yeah.
I've seen those. Yeah.
Pretty awesome. Yeah, and Comrade Pupper's got a question for you already.
Sure.
Matt, have you ever dug up or found any fossils or bones of raptors?
Oh, let's see. Have I? Yes, but strangely, it was on the second dig, maybe even the first dig that I was ever on. Ironically, in Wyoming, back in the 1990s, when I was in my teens, I think, 19 or 20. I was in college, and I found half of a claw that's probably, I think it's a mantis claw, a hand claw of a small predatory dinosaur, probably a dromaeosaurid, aka a raptor. Three friends and I described, I don't think they count as raptors per se, but three friends and I described the Oviraptorosaur, Anzu Wiley in 2014. And that would have sort of raptor-like claws and be bird-like and feathered and things like that. But unfortunately,
it's a Maniraptor.
Yeah, exactly. And for better or worse, unfortunately, I didn't find that dinosaur myself, but I was the lucky guy that got to describe it. So, a plug for my colleagues in Argentina.
Here we go.
We just let's see. Today's Friday, right?
I think it is. Yeah.
So a week ago today. That's weird, but I think that's true. A week ago today. Several of my Patagonian collaborators announced our discovery of an Unenlahin. They're a type of southern hemisphere raptor. And this animal is named in a Patagonian indigenous language. The word means bird of prey. It's something like, I can spell it, but I've never heard it spoken, so I can't tell you how to speak it, but I think it's something like Diuquin or Diuchin. It's Diuqin, and it means bird of prey in the Mapuzungun language of the indigenous people that lived in Patagonia, or that still live in Patagonia, that part of Patagonia. So that's a southern hemisphere raptor called an Unenlahin. So I would say I haven't, raptors are not the focus of my research, but I have worked on them and discovered them from time to time.
Nice.
Is Matt one of the authors on this new paper? Let's see. Oh, here we go. And we've got a video. Oh, this is awesome. Hang on. First, is Matt one of the authors? No, he's not. Okay. Not on this one. But that's okay. Take a look at this. This is not it. Wait for it. There we go. Beautiful. Just gorgeous. The findings published this week in the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology added a strange new creature to the dinosaur family tree and changed the way we think about how raptors could be. Well, doesn't really. We've known about this group for a while. This suggests that conch may have been an active fisher, contrasting with a common portrayal of raptors as agile terrestrial predators like Velociraptor from the Northern Hemisphere. Lead author Matthias Mata said in a press release. Kank, or conch, belongs to a family called the Unenlagids, or Unenlahins, small to medium theropod dinosaurs found across South America, Antarctica, Australia, and Madagascar. Interesting that they're saying Unenlagids here and not Unenlagines or Hines. Have they raised this up to family status from subfamily status? Here, NAE, or INAE, implies that it's a subfamily, so like a smaller group, but Unenlagidae, this would be kind of raising that up to actual family status. Yeah. In 2025, Mota et al., that's the lead author of this new paper, recovered Unalagidae, along with Halscaraptoridae, Anchiornithidae, and Archaeopteryx as within Avialae. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. So this would mean that it would be even more closely related to birds than dinosaurs like Velociraptor. It would be just outside of aves. Birds. Yeah. Anyway, very cool. So like its relatives, conch had the signature elongated sickle claw on its second toe. Adults likely stretched 8 to 10 feet long, but the neck is what sets it apart. So it's, yeah, shoot, it's like almost Ostroraptor-sized. Its cervical vertebrae carry specialized structures seen today almost exclusively in birds that hunt by striking at water. The same architecture that lets a heron snap a fish from a stream in a fraction of a second. Finding these same structures in a raptor from 70 million years ago was unexpected. So herons, you've probably seen them catch fish in the water, but they do that by virtue of this extraordinarily flexible neck. They kind of fold it back into an S, and then they slingshot their head forward at lightning speed in order to be able to catch fishes. So quick and with so much force that sometimes their beak will actually impale the fish. And while their beak is pointy, it's not as sharp as you would imagine it to be. So the idea that they're often like just skewering the fish on there, it really emphasizes just how quick and powerful that strike is. Because again, this is not needle sharp. It's a bit blunter than that. But yeah, just get pierced fishes. Oh boy. Here, let's see video of that. Bow! Bow! Yeah. So, in order to do that, they have to have extreme flexibility in their neck. And herons are really weird and cool in that sense, in that, they're bonkers animals. I mean, for one thing, look at this. This is the same bird, just photographed seconds apart. No neck, all neck. It's nuts, just the flexibility there. And the way that the soft tissue and the bones kind of interact is bonkers. Shoebills do the same thing. But the, this is nuts. This is an absolutely bonkers image. Just... What you see here is an X-ray of a heron, and it's kind of folding its neck up against its body like that. So it'd be kind of hidden under the feathers. It would look like it doesn't have any neck here. It would look like the first picture I showed you earlier. These are the vertebrae, coming down from the back of the skull, curving around like this. But this is the crazy thing. Here's the trachea, the windpipe. So from here, from up in the throat, it goes down, and then it crosses over the neck vertebrae. So it goes, you know, normally the trachea is in front of the neck vertebrae. Like your windpipe is obviously anterior to your cervical vertebrae. It's in front of your neck bones. Here, it just kind of goes off to the side, and it goes behind the neck bones, and then it goes whoop, there up toward the lungs. Bonkers! Just what? I don't know what structure it is in the vertebrae that allows for this incredible flexibility. That's one of the things I'm excited to see in this paper. But they talk about that here. Cervical vertebrae, the neck bones, carry specialized structures seen today almost exclusively in birds that hunt by striking at water. This also has direct relevance to me working on spinosaurs on their fishing behavior, so I'm keenly interested in this. The team found conch's remains along fish fossils at La Anita farm near El Calafate, Argentina, suggesting fish were likely a primary part of its diet. Frogs, lizards, and turtles are possibly on the menu too, and maybe platypuses. I mean, these guys I'm sure would eat whatever they could catch, but what are they adapted for eating? What did they evolve specifically to catch and process? Researchers first uncovered the fossils in 2018, but the earliest fragments were far too complete to identify as a new species. It took a neck vertebra, recovered it in 2024, to finally crack it open. Very cool. Several Unenlahid specimens, species, have been documented in northern Patagonia, Argentina, but southern specimens had until now yielded only scattered fragments that no one could pin to a particular animal. Conch bridges that gap, connecting northern Patagonia to fossil records as far south as Antarctica. The name carries its own weight. Conch comes from the myth of the Aonaconch, the southernmost Tohelche people of Patagonia, an ancient giant rhea whose running steps left the imprint of its toes across the sky, forming the constellation the rest of the world calls the Southern Cross. So that's really cool that there's some like local mythology that gave rise to this critter's scientific name. The species name Australis means simply from the south. A creature named for a constellation found at the bottom of the world that turned out to hunt like a bird. Some discoveries feel like they were always waiting to be found in exactly the right place. I like that. It's a really nifty little write-up. I appreciate that. Dino Wolf says the Southern Cross is my favorite constellation. Very cool. I've never seen it. I've not yet been to the Southern Hemisphere. Maybe one of these days, but yeah. Alright, so you've looked at the press release. Now, we're going to take a look at the actual scientific paper here. This is in the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology, which is paywalled.
Access denied.
At least access is denied for the general public, unfortunately. Wait, no, hang on. No, what am I saying? I guess they have paid to make this open access. So, I would have access anyway, because I subscribe to this journal. But, oh ho 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 ho! Well, well, well.
Access granted.
There we go. Here is a link. You can look at this at home without a paywall. There you go. A new Unenlahid from the Chorrillo Formation, Lake Cretaceous, Maastrichtian, Southwest Patagonia, Argentina. I recognize some of these names. Federico Agnolin. Diego Bol. Fernando Novas. Yeah. Nice. What's really neat is a lot of these new South American dinosaurs and other critters that are being found are getting like an excellent treatment here where these CGI reconstructions. Is this Paleo GDY? Who is this who made this? Yeah, there we go. So this very talented artist, Paleo GDY, does these animations for a lot of the new South American dinosaurs and other critters. And dinosaurs from South America and other southern continents often don't get nearly as much attention as their northern hemisphere counterparts. And so it's really cool to see this glamorous treatment, like a whole animated CGI reconstruction to go along with the paper. Really neat. You love to see it. How much material do they really have here? Linus is really beautiful rendering. It's gorgeous. Deservedly so. Yeah. Introduction, geological setting. So this holotype specimen, MPM-PV-23106-A, includes a cervical dorsovertebra found in the same spot as referred materials. So this is just like in some of the last dinosaurs that we've looked at. They're naming the new genus and species based on a single bone, but it's from a site where they've got a bunch of bones that are disarticulated, and they may or may not all come from the same animal. But to be safe, they're just kind of picking the best bone to diagnose this species. And then the other stuff is referred. So they can say it probably comes from the same animal, but they're going to be a bit more careful than that. Good on them. Although these materials are congruent in size and in the presence of taxonomically informative characters that indicate Unalahide affinities, they're saying we think all these other bones are from the same individual animal. We restrict the holotype to the cervicodorsal vertebra, which includes a large number of informative and diagnostic characters, and the rest of the elements are considered referred materials. That makes sense. Cervical dorsal, so this is like at the juncture between the neck and the back. Nice. And so they've got a detailed stratigraphic chart showing where exactly in time, or rather where exactly in the rock sequence the specimen comes from. So higher up means younger, deeper means older. So they've got different dinosaur and other critter elements from these different spots in the rock record. These different colors here indicate different lithologies, so different rock types, different depositional settings probably. It's got a mammal from here, that's cool. Various fishes and stuff, sauropods, ornithopods from up here. They've got a plant bed right here, megafloral level 2. I don't know what that is. But yeah, you get sand finding upward throughout some of these. Some channels and stuff like that, interbedding. And there we go. Here is where our new critter is from. Conch is from this level right here. So it's from the same stratigraphic horizon as a bunch of different critters that have previously been found. Everything from snakes to birds, bony fishes, turtles, sauropod dinosaurs, theropods, even mammals. There's a monotreme there, presumably like a platypus, which is why there was a platypus in that little video. So they've done some detailed strat here. You'd love to see that too. Excellent. Here's some teeth from the site, and they are kind of croc-like. They're a bit more recurved than a lot of croc teeth, but you don't have this like lateral compression of the teeth. You don't have those strong carinae with the serrations on them. It's almost kind of cone-shaped. Like, you look at this thing head-on, and it would look like a cone. Spinosaurs have teeth like this, too. Spinosaurs, crocs, pterosaurs sometimes. And these teeth evolved for punching through the scales of fishes and holding their slippery bodies in place before they're eaten. Again, that's why different groups of animals have independently developed these conical teeth. These are really good for catching fishes. River dolphins have similar teeth to this, too, as I understand. Cool. So, our diagnosis. What is this critter? We're saying it's medium-sized and enlarged, phalanges similar in length to Nikenraptor. Denary teeth having mesial carinae restricted to the apical third of the crown. So we've got some particular aspects of the teeth that set this critter apart from its close relatives. Teeth similar to Butryraptor. Denary teeth having a crenulate mesial carina restricted to its apical third. The cervicodorsal vertebra having 3 pneumatic foramina on its ventral surface. So we've got 3 like openings for pneumaticity in the underside of that vertebra. The vertebra that they used to diagnose this new species. So it's got some cool looking verts. And there's that vertebra right there. this is, yeah, here we go. Ventral side right here. 1, 2, 3. This is ventral. Yeah. Anyway. Very cool. And they really studied this pretty much as in-depth as they could. So we've got digital scans of this vertebra. They're looking at the structure of the pneumaticity inside. So dinosaurs like this, they've got air sacs that would, in life, hook up to these vertebrae in the neck. And so as these animals are breathing and moving around, you have air flowing in and out of the bones. It's going through these air sacs and hollows from the lungs to the rest of the body, just like you have in modern-day birds. And here you see that in these like subsurface scans and this X-ray type stuff. You see where the air can intrude into the bone here. Really cool, just like in a bird. That's where birds got it from. It was from their dinosaur ancestors. Nice. So yeah, cool stuff. Now they're looking at some of the pedal phalanges here. So some of the toe bones. Comparing these across different close relatives. Nice. Cool stuff. Yeah. And oh, I wonder if we can get access to some of these files, if I could even 3D print them. Media downloads 5. Specimens. Specimens, that's what I'm after here. I think you probably got to ask special permission in order to get access to the 3D files. Cool. Anyway, good stuff. And no skeletal drawing for this, I don't think, Claire. Here, let's look through the rest of the paper, just to be sure. I don't think they did a skeletal drawing. I think because they're not 100% sure that all of these elements are from the same individual animal. They wanted to be careful about that, which, fair. But let's take a look at... Holy cow, people are excited about this animal. There's a bunch of fan art. Here's one of these lovely reconstructions put on Wikipedia. So if you go to the Wikipedia article, this is front and center there. This is the one from the press release. Here's a still from that video. Here is somebody else's reconstruction of this. Very nice. There's another one right here. Somebody on DeviantArt has already done some fan art of this. Lovely. It's impressive. People are excited about this critter. I love it. I think there is an outsized number of Southern Hemisphere dinosaur enthusiasts who get very excited when there's a new dinosaur from, say, South America, Australia, etc. Yeah, as it should be. And looks like somebody did a tattoo design as well. That's pretty nifty. I like that a lot. Kind of classic style. How cool is that? Lovely. This is the sort of thing that makes me really happy because someone was so excited about this new dinosaur discovery that they said, you know what? I want to make a tattoo design, and I want to put this on my body permanently. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I love to see that, you know? Somebody has real passion for this. It's a nice thing to see. But I'm impressed with the breadth of different reconstructions here. This is great. Oh, man. That's a little wonky looking, but whatever. Yeah. Neat. So, welcome to the world, or welcome back to the world. Hank Australis. Cool critter. And with that, we've got 2 dinosaurs left. So let's get into those. And that looked a bit AI, that one. Yeah, that's why I said it looked kind of crummy, that one illustration. Could have been procedurally generated. Here we go. I like this. From Morocco World News. And Spinac ZQ, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Morocco's phosphates yield new dinosaur with South American ties. The phosphates of the Oulad Abdoun Basin consist of phosphatic sandstones, marls, and limestones formed in a warm, shallow sea along the margins of the Atlantic and Tethys Ocean during the late Cretaceous. I kind of wonder whether they just kind of copied and pasted this from the abstract or something. But in Marrakech, in Morocco, the phosphate deposits of Morocco's Haribga province continue to reshape what scientists know about the final chapter in the age of dinosaurs. This time, a team of paleontologists has identified a completely new species of Titanosaur sauropod. I like that. A completely new species. I mean, a new species is a new species. I don't have to say completely, but I like the enthusiasm. It's from the Maastrichtian about 70 million years ago. The new species, named Phosphatotitan Corybgaensis, was reported from the Sidi Chenan mine in Oulad Abdoun Basin. Apologies if I butchered that pronunciation. Its name references both the phosphate beds and the Corybga province, where it was found. The discovery was published on April 22nd in the journal Diversity. The fossil material includes dorsal, sacral, and caudal vertebrae. We've got bones from the back, the hips, and the tail, along with parts of the pelvis. It comes from the lower part of Couche 3, making it the first dinosaur known from that specific stratigraphic level. All previously described dinosaurs from Morocco's phosphates came from the upper part of the Couche 3, which dates to the latest Maastrichtian. So I think the Moroccan phosphates are where a lot of the mosasaurs come from. Yeah, so you get sharks, you get crocs, you get mosasaurs. These are kind of a staple of like rock shops throughout the world. And I think it very well might be illegal to export these things from Morocco, but it still happens all the time. Yeah. So if any of you have like a mosasaur tooth at home, very high chance it comes from this accumulation of rocks in Morocco, from the phosphates. Yeah. Anyhow, cool stuff. What makes this find particularly significant is its unexpected family ties. So that's not shocking. Rather than resembling titanosaurs from Africa or Europe, Phosphatotitan closely matches the Logancosauria. I've always had trouble with the pronunciation there. A group previously known only from South America. The resemblance is especially strong with Patagotitan, one of the largest land animals ever recorded. Patagotitan is the super huge one. find in various museums now. Often it's just called the Titanosaur. There we go.
Every time we think we've found the biggest dinosaur, we find a bigger one.
That's Patagotitan.
So far, this is one of the biggest ones that's ever been found.
So if you've been to AMH in New York City, if you've been to the Field Museum in Chicago, if you've seen the traveling exhibits that have these things, then you've seen Patagotitan. This new critter, Phosphatotitan, seems to be a close
the
relative.
halls of the American Museum of Natural History. This titanosaur is a really huge animal. It's over 120 feet long.
So yeah, impressive critter. And this new one from Morocco seems to be a close relative. The two share several anatomical features, including short dorsal and caudal centra. So the centra is the center part of the vertebral body. It's the body of the vertebra. I guess these are short. Expanded neural spines and a broad pubis. It's the forward-pointing bone in the hips. Phylogenetic analysis consistently placed Phosphatotitan within a newly defined clade called Argentinosauridae, alongside Patagotitan and Argentinosaurus. Argentinosaurus is widely held to be maybe the biggest dinosaur ever found. Despite its giant relatives, the Moroccan species is far more modest in size. The researchers estimated its mass at roughly 3.5 to 4 tons. It's downright small for a sauropod. Only 4 tons? It's what, like elephant-sized? That's cute. It's less than 10% of Patagotitan's estimated 57 to 69 tons. Nice. A second unnamed titanosaur from the nearby Sidi Dawi site was estimated around 4 to 5 tons. This study suggests that size reduction may be linked to geographic isolation. During the late Cretaceous, high sea levels and seaways may have turned parts of North Africa into island-like land masses. So this is something that often happens on islands, is small critters get big, big critters get small. Insular dwarfism or insular gigantism. We've talked about this many times on this channel before, but yeah, when you're isolated on a little island, small critters like mice often get a lot bigger because they don't have to be small in order to avoid predators if there's no predators there. Big critters, it pays for them to get smaller generation to generation. So evolution has a tendency to embiggen the small critters and then smallin the big critters. Research team was led by Nick Longrich. I've done fieldwork with Nick Longrich back in 2023. University of Bath in the UK, and Noor Eddin Jalil of the Museum of Natural History of Marrakech and the Museum National d'Histoire Naturelle in Paris. Apologize for the pronunciation. Other contributors came from Argentina, Germany, Spain, and France. So multi-author paper. The South American connection likely traces back to a time when Africa and South America were still joined as part of the supercontinent Gondwana. So it was as recently as 150, 120 million years ago, South America and Africa were still connected. 105 million years ago, they really start to split in earnest.
A secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
And Fossilworth, thank you for the prime there. I appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me here online. Good stuff. So yeah, during this time, Morocco, up here, would have been covered by kind of shallowish, warm seawater. And there would have been little island chains and stuff like that, so you can get this kind of maybe insular dwarfism, where sauropods end up on those small islands and they adapt to them. Generation after generation, they get smaller and smaller. You know the drill. The authors noted that the... Oh, hang on. Shark Geek. That was your stream. I appreciate the raid.
G33K and their 18 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Thank you, Shark G33K. I hope you had an excellent stream. It's good to see you, Shark Geek and Raiders. How are things? Welcome back. Scooter MC and Meet a Monkey. Welcome. Shark Geek. I hope you had an excellent stream. If anyone is not yet following Shark Geek, you're missing out. One of the premier shark conservationists on the internet, especially here on Twitch, is Shark Geek. If you're interested in sharks and how to make sure that we can save them, because many of those species are imperiled, you should go follow Shark Geek and watch his streams. It's a big part of what he talks about on stream, and honestly, it's one of those things where if we're not able to save sharks, good luck saving ourselves, you know? If we manage to mess up this planet to the point where we have lineages of ocean-going predators that have been around for 100 million years going extinct, that means we've probably messed things up to the point where we will go extinct not long after. So you save the sharks, you save us too. It's the way that I look at it. I appreciate the raid, Sharky. Thank you. Yeah. If we lose them and the coral, then we're cooked. Literally. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And save the crocs too. Of course, Alexander. Yes. Yes. And the leatherback turtles. Yeah. A butt tuba says sharks have been around longer than the rings of Saturn, longer than trees. Kind of. Yeah. We've had shark-type animals for about, what, 400 million years? Give or take? I could go way into the weeds and talk about Neoselachian, like, true modern sharks versus, you know, the close relatives of sharks, other chondrichthyan fishes. It all kind of boils down to, do you consider chimeras and stingrays to be a kind of shark? If you do, then yeah, sharks have been around longer than trees have existed on our planet. But if we're talking about like crown group sharks, the Neoselachians, then they've been around since what, like the Middle Jurassic or something like that? Let's go to the cartilaginous fishes here. There we go. So if you call this group sharks collectively, then yes, they've been around for about 420, 430 million years, give or take. But if we're just talking about sharks proper...
But those claws on the wings are...
Black Cat Lady, thank you for the 20
invaluable.
points. I appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here online. Even this is a little bit... Yeah, okay, I don't know. 225 million years ago puts them in the Triassic. The late Triassic. Well after the evolution of trees. But still very impressive. The point is, I'm nitpicking here over whether or not we should call these different groups true sharks. But... these are remarkable creatures that have been around for well over 100 million years. They deserve to survive and thrive just as much as we do. Maybe if not more. And as the sharks go, so go the oceans. And as the oceans go, so goes the world. If we lose sharks, then that means we've probably messed up our planet to the point where we are not going to survive. So let's save the sharks and let's save ourselves. That's what I have to say about it. Thank you, Shark Geek, for the raid. And 4 new dinosaurs. There were 9 yesterday. We managed to cover 5 of them yesterday. We're mopping up our last 4 today. In fact, I think we've just got 2 more now. This is our second to last one. Phosphatotitan. I'm talking about. Small titanosaur species from Morocco reveals surprising South American ties. Yeah. This is something that I was talking about earlier, but discussions of the late Cretaceous dinosaur diversity have focused on well-sampled faunas from Laurasia. Far less is known about the dinosaurian faunas of the southern hemisphere, especially Africa. Now, I guess strictly speaking, northern Africa is in the northern hemisphere. But what we're talking about here is like Laurasia and Gondwana. And hello, Mini Pie. There we go. So as the continents split apart from that supercontinent Pangaea, this is oversimplified here, but it kind of resulted with 2 supercontinents for a while. Laurasia in the north, that's North America, Europe, and Asia, and then Gondwana in the south. That's South America, Africa, Madagascar, India used to be down here, Antarctica, Australia, and New Zealand? Zealandia here? Oh, hi. How are you doing? The dinosaurs and other fossils from Gondwana, not nearly as well studied as the ones from Laurasia. This is kind of a common theme in a lot of areas of study, and shoot, in economics too. The global north versus the global south. It turns out that the global south is also underprivileged in terms of paleontological work. It's an unfortunate thing because there's so many cool fossils from down there, but there's not as many paleontologists, there's not as many field crews or museums, there's less money for studying these things in the southern hemisphere. And so anytime there's a new publication like this, it's kind of worth celebrating when there's something new to be learned about Gondwanan fossils. Yeah, New Guinea and New Zealand. Thank you, Dr. Hubbs. Yeah. So the fossilized remains of Phosphatotitan, Curubgaensis, were recovered from phosphate deposits in the Ouled Abdoun basin of Morocco's Curubga region. These were deposited in a warm, shallow epicontinental sea during the late Cretaceous and early Paleogene, part of a belt of phosphates that formed along the margin of the Atlantic and Tethys Ocean. So what's weird is this critter seems very similar, not to the other dinosaurs from Africa or from Europe and Asia, but more similar to the ones from South America, which again kind of makes sense when you realize that up until just a little bit prior to this, South America and Africa were conjoined. And so you could literally just walk from one continent to the other. But yeah, up here in Morocco and Northern Africa, and down here in Argentina, we've got very, very similar sauropod dinosaurs, it seems. Which is interesting. It's part of this whole, like, paleo-biogeographic puzzle. Different dinosaurs moving around at different continents at different points in Earth history, or during the Mesozoic. Figuring out the timing of these migration events, where these lineages split, and where critters might disappear from one area, but then they might reinvade, and like figuring out all this stuff is really fascinating and worth doing if you want to figure out that aspect of this grand pageant of life on Earth. It's cool work. And again, not enough of it has been done in the South. And that's interesting, Dr. Hubbs. That is interesting. Dr. Hubbs says, one of the points I make in my plate tectonics lecture is that when Alfred Wegener first proposed what he called continental drift, the best evidence was in the southern hemisphere. Well, most of the geologists were in the northern hemisphere, so they weren't familiar with it. Yeah, good point. Things like Glossopteris, those fossils of plants that were found in South America and Africa and Australia, I think. If I remember remember correctly. Or the way that Africa and South America fit together. Lystrosaurus being found in a bunch of different southern hemisphere rocks. Antarctica, South America, Africa. It's a good point. There is a real northern hemisphere bias there, and in that case, it did kind of set science back. Like, science did not progress as quickly as it should have because people had such a northern hemisphere kind of bias. Interesting to think about. Here. I think we have a clip. Let's see. Uh-oh, where are you going, Mini Pie? Hey, you be careful over there. Don't knock anything over. It's not a real fossil specimen, but it's still taking me a long time to put together, being a 3D print.
Maybe there's even dinosaurs.
There are, MJMP. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Watch out, I need to get to the keyboard. I was supposed to have saved this clip, it's not popping up. There we go. Lovely.
In fact, the study of
Most people must have noticed that the coast of Africa is a very similar shape to the coast of South America. It was pointed out ages ago by Francis Bacon in the time of James I, but no one took the thing very seriously until Alfred Wegener, a polar explorer, just before the First War.
Vinny Gabriel, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
The two had fitted together like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle.
Yep.
And in fact, they do fit really rather well. You get little gaps. In fact, I think the gaps on this model are probably bigger than the gaps in nature.
There's that, but there's also... There we go. From the Southern Hemisphere.
And it really does fit together excellently. And up here...
There we go.
This lot of rocks in this area are 2,000 million years old.
2 billion years.
Quite a sharp line. And then here there are rocks which are 500 million years old. Well, now, if you take this line between the two and go across this very narrow gap into Brazil, then you come out in a little village called, I think, San Luis here. And it's a wonderful thing, but the rocks at the western end of the village of San Luis are 2,000 million years old, like these ones, and the rocks at the other end of the village are 500 million years old, like these. The pattern really does continue across.
Yep.
The pattern in other parts of the world can be more tenuous, but if you place Australia fairly close to India, there are certain geological contours, minerals and so on, which would seem to link the two continents together. But it's not only rock formations that leave traces for scientists to look at.
But it's fossils too, often from the Southern Hemisphere.
Paleontologists have always been keen enthusiasts for the drift theory, and certain dinosaurs do provide evidence.
An animal such as this little dinosaur here, Coelophysis, will do very well. You can see from the hind limbs that Coelophysis was a little fast-running dinosaur. We know coelophysis from some deposits in Arizona and also in Rhodesia. So one way or another, he could get around the world between those two continents. And so could a lot of the other big dinosaurs which lived in the world with him. Unfortunately, we don't know the route by which they could get from one place to the other. Today, of course, you can't get across the Bering Straits. But in those days, there are many reasons for believing that the Bering Straits region was much warmer than it is today, and also that there was dry land there. So all of these dinosaurs, for example, those that were living in North America, could have spread across the Bering Straits, into Asia, and then on down into Africa.
And then we'll get to Lystrosaurus,
fact,
which is not a dinosaur.
Is probably the best evidence from the vertebrates of continental drift. Now we've known this little reptile from deposits in South Africa and China and in India for quite a long time. This is a skull, which I think shows its structure quite clearly, as the lower jaw down here, rather a downturned snout, the nostrils and the eyes. Now the important fact was the discovery of this animal in Antarctica only last December. Now for Lystrosaurus to have got to Antarctica and to have survived there implies, I think, such different positions of the continents and climatic conditions in the continents that surely continental drift is the only reasonable explanation.
There you go. Again, Lystrosaurus, not an adept swimmer. Not the kind of critter that you can imagine swimming across ocean basins. Lystrosaurus is... it's kind of a sausage-shaped critter. Maybe not the prettiest animal either. But not the sort of critter that you imagine like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go swim across a whole ocean. Very terrestrial creature. Probably was a burrower. There we go. Yeah. So good point there, Dr. Hubbs. Yeah. Yeah. I am JMP says, I was suggested your channel from a good friend of mine. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you too. I am JMP. Thanks for being here, and sounds like you've got a cool friend. Please thank them for the suggestion to show up here. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. So anywho, our new Titanosaur from Morocco. Again, important because it's helping us to sort out how these different critters would have been moving across different parts of the world at the end of the age of dinosaurs. It's much, much longer. This is way after Pangea. We're talking about 70 million years ago. Pangea started breaking apart, well, what, like 230 million years ago, give or take? It's a long while after that. I'm gonna see if I can bribe my landlord here to give us some space with some treats. What do you think, Minnie? Do you like that? Yeah? Oh, what's up here? Oh. What do you think of that? That good stuff? Trouble catching that treat? Crunch, crunch. Good stuff. What do you think? You happy with that? You should eat the crumbs before I give you any more. I don't want to encourage wastefulness. I'm just making a big mess on my desk. You probably do it anyway, huh? Yep. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, mini pie. Here's the paper here. Let's take a look at this before we move on to our last dinosaur. This is open access, which means that we've got no paywall here. Here is a link download the PDF right there in the chat. Here we go. Open access.
Access granted.
We're not going to have too much material from this critter, but let's take a look at what the fossils look like. And we kind of have the gist of why this is important from the press release, but it's always nice to look at the original paper. Here is where our critter is from. Nice silhouette there. It is from right here, stratigraphically. So yeah, we don't have dates on these, but we know it's from this layer, I guess. It's not as specific as I'd like to see, but it's within the phosphate. Okay. Little loosey-goosey on the strat there. This might well be a commercial specimen that was purchased before studying. I don't actually know. Yeah, how did they acquire this? Was this excavated by this team, or was it excavated by like a commercial dealer or somebody? Comes from the lower part of the Cretaceous phosphatic beds, likely dating to the late but not latest Maastrichtian. Okay, so they don't know exactly when in time it's from. Okay. I mean, you do what you can oftentimes, but it's not ideal to be publishing things based on specimens that were purchased where their provenance is not known completely. I don't know if they really talk about that in here. Alright, so not the prettiest fossils in the world, but that's something. Is this an ilium here? What is this? The pelvis, yep. Anterior iliac blade. Posterior iliac blade. Oh boy. Yeah, not the prettiest fossils in the world. But glad it's been published. We've got a vertebra in sorry shape right here. Oh boy. Yowza. Neural spine. Pre-zygapophyses here. Vertebral centrum. Yeah. Neural canal. Yeah, that's really scrunchy. Holy cow, that's... Oh, oh boy. Okay. This is a series of verts. Yeah, centrums. Centra. Hub. Huh? Yeah. Okay, so pretty ugly fossils, to be honest. We've got some more, one of these caudal vertebrae here. Yep, proximal caudal vertebra. So there's the vertebral body, neural canal, neural spine, transverse processes coming off the sides. Yeah, not much here. Oh boy. So they're saying this is where these parts of the ilium fit on. This would be the general outline of the ilium, the upper hip bone, but not a whole lot to work with here. Okay. Well, work with what you've got, I guess. Not particularly large dinosaurs for this area. Seems like the theropods and the hadrosaurs and the sauropods all seem to be pretty small here. Whether or not they're actually mature is another question. They could be small because they're young. Several reasons possible for the size of the small Moroccan titanosaurs. Yeah, it could be insular dwarfism. Yeah, environmental conditions may have increasingly favored the diversification of small herbivores over giants. Yeah, but what if they're just immature, you know? Is ontogeny even brought up in here? Okay. The word ontogeny does not appear in this paper. The word maturity does not appear in this paper. Okay. Well, I guess there's no chance at all that these animals are small because they're young. They have to be new dwarf things. I don't know. Okay. Sorry for being a little salty about this. It's just... Anywho. Cool. Phosphatotitan, everybody. We've already got some depictions of this critter. That's a really nice reconstruction. I like that a lot. Walking along the beach. Not a big critter. I like the human silhouette there. Where did they get that image? That's funny. This one's a bit more standard here. But yeah, it's not a big sauropod. You know? This would be the largest land animal in the world today, but by sauropod standards, this thing is small. Again, I do wonder if it's actually mature. But yeah, we've got neat fan art and reconstructions of this critter from across the internet. That's cool to see. Yeah. Nice. Cool. I don't know if you could do decent histo on the elements that are there described in the paper, but it'd be nice to know that this animal was actually mature before we go around saying that it's a brand new dwarf sauropod. But that's just, like, my opinion, man. Anywho. With that, we've got one last dinosaur to cover before we are pretty much fully caught up for this year on brand new dinosaurs that have been recently published. So yeah. Let's take a look at Cryptohadros. As the name would imply, it's a duckbill. Here we go. New duckbill dinosaur unearthed in Romania. An international team of paleontologists from Romania, Hungary, and Italy have identified a new genus and species of herbivorous duck-billed dinosaur from an incomplete skeleton in the Hotseg Basin, a bowl-shaped depression in the Carpathian Mountains of present-day Romania. Lovely reconstruction here of this critter. By Tibor Exius. Nice. Just beautiful. Look at that. There's a kind of dignity about this reconstruction that I really like. It almost looks kind of horse or cow-like, but there's a certain kind of serene self-assurance in the animal's face. Credit to the artist. A bit wizened, says Alexander Morrison. Yeah. I like it. Cryptohadros Calaie roamed our planet during the Maastrichtian age of the Cretaceous about 70 million years ago. Another new Maastrichtian dinosaur. From the very end of the age of dinosaurs. It was a hadrosaur, a duckbill. The species holotype specimen was found at the vertebrate site Fontanelle 3 near Valloaure, village in the Hatzig Basin, Romania. Apologies for the pronunciation. And continental deposits of the Densus-Sula Formation. The area is renowned among paleontologists for its unusual island-dwelling dinosaurs. Complete skeletons that include cranial elements, parts of the skull, vertebrae and limb bones are very rare in the Hatzig Basin, and this is especially true for hadrosauroid remains, said Dr. Attila Otzi. I hope I'm saying that right. Paleontologist at the ELTE Eötvös-Loránd University. Most sites usually contain only isolated bone elements from this dinosaur group, which, although often lacking defining features, we generally thought to belong to the previously known Telmatosaurus. The skeleton of Cryptohadros is partial, comprising a skull, rib fragments, tail vertebrae, and a partial hind limb. Yet even this fragmentary material was enough to distinguish the new species from every other known dinosaur, most importantly from Telmatosaurus. So Telmatosaurus is well known. It's, there have been several specimens of it. There are a lot of reconstructions of this critter. There's a pretty decent skull right here. Nice skull. So I guess they had found parts of this new dinosaur and kind of assumed, looks like Telmatosaurus. We're going to call it that. Then they realized there's differences. Differences they thought were significant enough to name this as a new species. The similarity between the new species and Telmatosaurus is quite high because they are close relatives, says János Magyar. This is the person who emailed me back with this paper. Because it's not open access. They were kind enough to send me a PDF. We'll look at that in a few moments. They're a doctoral student at this university and the Hungarian Natural History Museum. The differences are mostly visible only in the morphology of the skull elements. According to the researchers, Cryptohadros calaeae, Telmatosaurus transylvanicus, and Tethys insularis from Italy formed a newly recognized evolutionary group called the Telmatosauridae, an endemic lineage. So this is like a group of critters that went off in their own place and became unique. They evolved specializations and did their own thing. They evolved in the island environments of southeastern Europe. Our phylogenetic analyses reveal particularly close relationships between all currently known Cretaceous southeastern European hadrosauroids that belong to a newly recognized small endemic clade or evolutionary group, Telmatosauridae. And this goes back to our theme of paleobiogeography, trying to decipher when these different groups of animals showed up in different areas, when those groups split and diversified. They might disappear from one place and reinvade and stuff like that. Same thing going on here. This is one of the key parts of this paper. These analyses identify several different hadrosauroid evolutionary lineages present in the late Cretaceous European archipelago. So at this time, Europe was a series of islands in a kind of shallow tropical sea, more or less, up in the northern hemisphere. So Europe was a series of islands at the time. Sea levels were pretty high back then. So this suggests that at least 6 other dispersal events took place between the Albian and the Maastrichtian. So between about 110 million years ago and 70 million years ago. From Asia toward North America and or Europe, besides the arrival of the ancestors of Telmatosauridae before the Campanian, about 80 million years ago. The absence of certain later arriving European hadrosauroid lineages from the faunas of southeastern European islands supports earlier hypotheses that propose a direct migration route during the late Cretaceous between Asia and southwestern European islands, circumventing southeastern Europe. Interesting. We'll look at the actual paper. It is in the Journal of Systematic Paleontology, which unfortunately
access denied
is paywalled. But thanks to the kindness of János Magyar, I have a copy of this paper, and so we can look at it. Cryptohadros. Here we go.
Access granted.
thank you, Janos Magyar, for sharing this with us. Really appreciate it. An endemic clade of non-hadrosaurid hadrosauroids. Gotta love those qualifications. In the southeastern late Cretaceous European archipelago. So we've already looked at the press release. We've got a pretty good idea of why this is important. There's the study site there. They've got fairly detailed strat here. Very boxy looking plot, but that's how these things go. And here is the site. This is neat because this is not what I'm used to out here in North America. Where you'll see next week when I'm out there in Utah, it is just desolate desert. Not a tree as far as the eye can see. This field site in Romania is in the middle of a forest. So they're really working with whatever they can get here. Not a whole lot of outcrop, not a lot of exposed rock. Oftentimes, they will find fossils near rivers and creeks and stuff like that that are cutting their way down through the rock. That can make excavation really difficult. But you know, you work with what you've got. They've done a good job of this. Here is the, there we go, right dinner. You see that curve right there? This is the right lower jaw of this animal. You can see the alveoli from the teeth right there. Nice. So the bone bed is right here, and you can see that this area has been tilted up like this. Through up left. Nice. What a crazy field site, just in the middle of a forest. Nuts. Let's see some of these fossils. Cryptohadrous, by the way, means hidden hadrosaur. I guess this is, they're going to say it's an example of cryptic biodiversity, where at first they thought, oh yeah, this is another Telmatosaurus. And then they realized, oh, it looks a little different. We should probably give this animal a different name. It's probably different. Oh, yeah, and okay, so we've got a different number of alveoli, the tooth sockets here. Short symphysis versus long symphysis. Magellan canal present and absent. Okay, okay. Those seem like good characters. I'll buy that. Cool. Yeah, so not the prettiest fossils in the world. Certainly prettier than the last ones we saw. But again, when your field site looks like that, it's in the middle of the woods, like, you're lucky to get any fragments of dinosaurs. This is good stuff, considering the circumstances. Well done here. Nice. That's a decent lower jaw there. Not too shabby. You can do a lot worse than that. Got some teeth. Got some other elements, some ribby stuff, some verts. Some more verts. Some more verts. Some caudal chevrons here, the little dangly down bones that project downward from the tail vertebrae. Some limb elements here. And here is a skeletal. This is what you love to see in a paper like this. A skeletal diagram. So this is another interesting style where I guess the stuff in gray is what they have. And that's a decent portion of the skeleton, honestly. Again, you could do a lot worse than this. Good portion of the skull. Some decent elements from the limbs. We got the tail, and even a few parts of some ribs there.
Gotta have them ribs.
So yeah, nice. And there's the skull, which is very important. This is arguably the, well, without a doubt, the most diagnostic part of just about any dinosaur, hadrosaurs included, is the skull. If you're gonna find any part of the skeleton, the skull is really what you want. It's got the most information in it. And they've got that here. Not too shabby. Yeah, good stuff. Cryptohadros. I'm sometimes a little bit suspicious anytime somebody says, oh, well, this one looks a little bit different. Let's give it a new name. Especially when it comes out so close on the phylogeny to the thing that it was once thought to be. Telmatosaurus and Cryptohadros are still very close to each other. But Cryptohadros forming a little clade here with Tethys-hadros. And with Telmatosaurus, so yeah. Interesting. I'd be interested to talk to some other hadrosaur people and see what they make of this, but cool stuff. And here we go. We've got some hypotheses about how and when these animals are moving across the European archipelago at different times. That biogeographic stuff it's always interesting. And it can change like that with the discovery of one new specimen. Suddenly, oh shoot, these animals appear over here at this time? You have to rethink everything. Paleobiogeography is ever changing, and that's part of what makes it fun. But anyway, welcome back to the world of Cryptohadros. Let's see some artistic depictions of this animal. Nice. Cool stuff. Again, I love the enthusiasm. It's not a big critter, but I love the when people are compelled to make art of new dinosaurs. I enjoy that. I always think that's cool. Very cool. So with that, over 2 days, 9 new dinosaur genera and species. We got through all of them, chat. Well done. Not patting myself on the back. Well done in keeping up and watching. It's been good. This gives us a little bit more time. We're going to pivot now and talk about fieldwork starting up next week. I'll play a classic little video for you here, and we'll talk about what we're getting up to in Utah starting on Wednesday. By the way, if anybody's brand new to this channel, if you're watching for the first time, you should recognize, you should know that these streams from here in my office, well, we do these for maybe about 8 months out of the year, 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday, typically. I know it's Friday today, but it's summer. The schedule is weird. About 2, 3, maybe sometimes approaching 4 months out of the year, I'm out traveling. I'm doing field work in Wyoming, like I did earlier this summer. The first half of June, second half of June, I was up in Montana with Denver and Liz. And now I'm going to be spending 3 weeks out in eastern Utah with the Utah Geological Survey, digging up yet more new species of dinosaur. And we're going to be in this place. I'm going to go run to the restroom real quick. I will be right back, but let me start you off with this video, and we'll use this as a springboard for discussion here. Let's jump in. Is the sound working? There we go. I'll be right back.
Well, the Utah Geologic Survey's paleontology group has been studying the Cedar Mountain Formation for the last dozen years.
Billings Bowl.
And one of the things we've done with the Cedar Mountain Formation, these early Cretaceous rocks, is subdivide them into a number of units. And right here is one of our thickest sequences of the lower unit, the yellow cap member of the Cedar Mountain. And if we look up at this big escarpment on the southern skyline, right down at the base you see some little blue slopes and then a red sandstone interval. And we're basically standing on that sandstone interval right here. We're using that gravelly red iron-stained sandstone to mark at this location where the Cretaceous-Jurassic boundary is. But if we look at this beautiful exposure, nice steep exposure that's been well studied, that red interval is the base of the section, the yellow cat member. There's a little break halfway up the slope that is a calcrete, a carbonate unit. And it's the first carbonate we see in this sequence of rocks within the Cedar Mountain Formation as we go up. And from that point up, we see lots of carbonate. As we go up above that, the next interval up below the sandstone cliff, a lot of it in this area is lacustrine. That is, they represent lake and pond deposits. We see fossil fish in those beds, lungfish, freshwater spiny sharks, freshwater turtles, crocodilians, and on the shorelines above and below, dinosaur tracks, and at the top.
Who is that? Lenina. Thank you for gifting Alexander Morrison. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Lenina. There's Utahraptor and Gastonia, two of Jim's favorite dinosaurs, both of which he discovered and named.
And on the shorelines above and below, dinosaur tracks, and at the top, that's where we have the level of Utahraptor, Gastonia, Cedarsaurus. A number of very good dinosaurs are known from just below that sandstone cliff as the lake retreated again.
So we might actually see this same exact bluff when I'm out there in the field. This will be across the valley, I think, from where we'll be digging. But, holy cow, anonymous gifter. 5 gift subs right there. Thank you.
Anonymous is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
As generous as you are mysterious, anonymous gifter. Thank you. We are very close to our sub goal for the week. If you want to help me afford gasoline as I'm driving out to Utah, this is a good way to do it. We're at 159 out of 200 new subs for the week. Oh goodness, I guess we're still about 41 away, but it's close in the grand scheme of things. Let's continue. Thank you, anonymous gifter.
The sandstone cliff we call the Poison Strip Sandstone, named for outcrops just about a mile south of here. That unit splits the Cedar Mountain in half. It was referred to years ago as the middle sandstone of the Cedar Mountain. And then if we look over here, look to the west, we can see that sand coming down low in the slope because it's sloping to the north toward the Book Cliffs. And at the very top of that exposure, we have a little sandstone. The interval of shale between that sandstone ledge and the sandstone at the top is the Ruby Ranch member of the Cedar Mountain Formation.
So each of these different levels in here, these different members of this formation, have different faunas. So, different faunae. So, and different floras too, presumably. But you get different critters in these different layers. And that's a big theme that we're going to be talking about over the next 3 weeks in Utah, is which dinosaurs come from which layers, which ones are largely unexplored. You know, even within these, like within the lower yellow cat, we might have, as Jim is fond of saying, multiple different faunas. So you get like one cast of dinosaur characters at the bottom, and then they evolve, they change, they look different when you go a little bit higher up in section. And the more specimens that we can collect, the more we can kind of see those changes take place if we take very careful note of when in time each of these fossils comes from. So, like, paying very close attention to the stratigraphy, the layers there. It can help decipher this story, the evolution of dinosaurs in the earliest Cretaceous of Utah. It's exciting stuff. And this is why we think that this is part of why we think that some of the dinosaurs that we're excavating are brand new species, is because they're from time horizons that have not really been explored yet. And they look different, too. So we expect them to be different, and then it turns out they look different. They're probably new species. So yeah. And does the Morrison intercede in this area somewhat? The Morrison is underneath. So the Morrison Formation underlies the Cedar Mountain. So the Jurassic Cretaceous boundary is right here. So this underlying stuff is Morrison, I think. Alexander, yeah. Yeah. And Neverwinter says, incredible that Jim knows the stratigraphy so well that he could just explain it all off the top of his head. I mean, Jim wrote the book on this. Like, and he has strong opinions about it, but he eats, lives, and breathes this stuff. And the way that Jim talks about it, you'll see this over the next 3 weeks. Jim just rattles this information off like you already know it. Like he's just reminding you, oh yeah, you know the Natarita, you know the Ruby Ranch member, you know Yurgavuchia comes from the lower yellow cat, the lower part of the lower yellow cat. But we've got several new faunas there. And it's almost like he expects you to already know all this stuff. But not in a demanding kind of way. Just in a like, look how cool it is to know this stuff kind of way. One of the things I really like about how Jim approaches this is it's aspirational, you know? Just observe how fun it is to have this knowledge and be able to speak about it so casually, you know?
Sandstone. The interval of shale between that sandstone ledge and the sandstone at the top is the Ruby Ranch member of the Cedar Mountain Formation. This lower stuff may be some of the earliest Cretaceous in North America. The upper stuff has generally been dating at about 105 million late early Cretaceous. And the sandstone at the top, right at the very top, is the beginning of the Dakota Formation. And as we look north, the Dakota,
I think also known as the Natarita
Formation, all the way up.
That, I think, is Don's tent right there. He's got a spring bar tent like me. That's where I followed Don's lead in getting one of these tents. It's one of the few things that can really survive a Utah summer like this.
Through the highest cliffs we can see to the north, we have exposures of upper Cretaceous. So this little interval down here of only about 300 feet or so thick is equivalent in time. It represents about 25 million years with breaks to this vast thickness that extends here from the Dakota across the valley and all the way up through the Book Cliffs, the upper Cretaceous. But we've been focusing on this thin interval of rock representing a lot of time and a big chunk of Utah's story.
Yeah, this is like, I think it was like 30, 40 million years represented right there. Nuts. So how was the site discovered? So this is a question I'm going to get a ton over the next 3 weeks. So everybody watching right now, pay close attention to this, because you may be called upon to help explain this to new chatters who show up. But like, how'd you find this site? Somebody use a magical digital bone detector? No.
This is where, right in here is where we made the initial discovery of the Dolling's bone bed. And what we find in here, through this whole flat here, are isolated teeth, which were one of the first things that caught our eye, broken pieces and isolated bones, and little ossicles, the little bones in the skin of armored dinosaurs.
Yep. So there were little fragments found on the surface, and that alerted the crew to like, oh, holy cow, there's dinosaurs here.
Well, I've been actually coming out here since 2007, and I guess that was the first year we came out here to Dolling's Bowl to dig up dinosaurs. Don DeBlue and Scott Madsen had found a couple of sites over here, and it's actually right across the wash here. This is Scott's place, and I dug over there and found an iguanodon jaw, big old iguanodon jaw.
So it's funny, there's different places, and they each get called Don's place, Jim's place, Gary's place, Scott's place, Karen's place. And it's like, well, Karen found these bones over here, so we're going to call it Karen's place. Jim was saying that we're probably going to be excavating at Jim's place this year, where Jim's got an ankylosaur. We tried excavating at Jim's place, I think, in 2022, maybe 2023. Didn't find much, but Jim is like eager to get back in there. We'll see. But yeah, for the past few years, we've been working at Ethan's place, or Ethan's bathtub, which is a depression that Ethan started finding bones in there and named it after him. Yeah, we'll work all of this out when we're actually out there, but this place, that place, they're just little kind of bone horizons all within this little valley. Place is just littered with dinosaur bones.
John 2007, and, we've passed up through here all through those years since then. I think last year, after a little more flooding, it had exposed two really big bones about right in this area here. One was which is one of the big chest bones on a sauropod, and then there was a pubis over here in this hole. and it turned out there was a couple of nice verts in there, and a rib and a few things. And so we knew we had, and then we started digging in, we knew we had an associated dinosaur at this point, so it was really quite exciting. And we found
Cacklin's Wurf says, so Danny's place is yet to be discovered? I guess so. I need to go find a place. Call it Danny's place.
Found a nice tibia that year, but look at this femur. We have some bone we haven't been able to identify up here. This is some really complex bone down here. We don't know what it is yet. So, you know, there's a lot of possibilities. When I found it like right here or someplace, you know, but the wall, you see how these walls here was about right there, you know, going up. So I could just see part of it.
Yeah, volunteers. So almost everybody in the quarry is not getting paid. Only the people who work for the Utah Geological Survey, they're on, you know, they're paid a salary. But nearly everybody in the quarry is there because they enjoy doing this. They want to volunteer. They're eager to contribute to the progress of fossil science. So here's a little segment on that.
My name's Laurie. I'm from England, and I'm just volunteering here just to help. Well, give me a bit of experience, to be honest. I'm an archaeologist, so I'm not really used to this kind of excavation work, but
archaeology, very different from paleontology in most respects.
It's been good. We tend to get here about 8:30 and then work through with probably a little break during the day till maybe about 5:36. It depends how cool it is. If it's too hot, then you tend to get a lot more exhausted quicker. So you try to get as much done in the cooler part of the day as possible. I like
and it is going to be very hot out there, by the way. Oh boy, it's going to be very hot. Let's check the forecast again. This is for Moab, Utah. Here, let's pull up the actual calendar. There we go. So I'm going to be arriving the afternoon/evening of the 14th. 103 forecast that day. That's the high. 103 Fahrenheit. Thank goodness, not Celsius. But yeah, it's going to be hovering around 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Basically, the entire time that I'm there. I think we leave on August 7th. So yeah, it's going to be about 100 degrees every day in Moab. That's the nearest town of any significance to where we're going to be working. Within Doling's Bowl, I think it gets hotter than it gets in Moab. So that about 100 degree average is probably an underestimate. It's probably going to be hotter. So yeah, crazy doing fieldwork in that heat. I mean, you do what you got to do. 39.4 degrees Celsius. Thank you, Neverwinter. Yeah. It'll probably get up well past 40 degrees Celsius. My guess. We'll see. I've got a couple of different little thermometers that I can show you live on camera. I also, here, let me go grab a couple of things. Little fun accessories that we can use out there. Hang on just a second. Let me go grab this. There we go. Here is a little thermometer. Shows temperature and it shows humidity percentage. So there we go. That'll be fun. I also have a little keychain one and another one too. So we've got some backups. A very generous member of this community purchased this for me a couple of years back. This is a radiation detector. Some of the bones in the Cedar Mountain Formation are very mildly radioactive. We can put that to the test with this little thing. We can do that live on stream. That'd be fun. And also, you know that little gimmick that they sometimes do on the television news? Like, oh, it's so hot out today, we cracked an egg on the pavement and we watched it cook. Well, we don't have pavement out here in the field, but I figured I'd get a little pan like this, and if we have an egg, I guess I still gotta get an egg, huh? A chicken egg, ideally. We can see if that cooks in the sun. I think that might be fun. We'll see. I don't know if we'll end up using this, but if we don't, I can donate it to the crew, because they could use a little pan for cooking. Yeah. And then a couple of other things. Well, this could be a real lifesaver while I'm out there. At night, it can be difficult to sleep when it's super hot out. So I decided I'd treat myself to something cool. Literally. A little battery-operated fan here. And I can hang this from the ceiling of my tent. Like that. And, yeah, hopefully it'll make it easier to sleep. So that I'm not completely exhausted every day and don't end up embarrassing myself on stream. Sleep is important. This should help with that. It'll be nice. Yeah, it is a luxury item, Alexander. Yeah, I almost feel a little guilty buying this, but I didn't buy the cheapest option. Hopefully this one lasts me years and years and I'll be able to use it a bunch of field work, so that'll be nice. But yeah. Yeah. Let's continue with the video here about Dolling's Bowl. When did this come out, by the way? 12 years ago. Holy cow. So this is from... It's 2026 now. 12 years ago. 2014? Shoot.
The idea of just sort of coming out somewhere, not knowing anybody, and just having to get on with it, meet new people, do some pretty cool excavation work on dinosaurs, which, let's face it, everyone loves.
Yeah.
You know, I leave with a little bit of a bit more knowledge than I had before, so.
That's how it goes.
Grenader. And I'm from Houston, Texas, and I came out here. My professor emailed Jim and wanted to know if he had any opportunities for students and could come out here, and I was really excited. I had no idea what to expect. They showed me the ropes, like how to plaster the bones and how to dig with a flat surface and keep it clean. Yep. I'm really careful because I just got here. It might take a day, and if stuff starts showing up like this bone or these bones over here, because you try to trench around it and get a deep section so we can jack it over it and put plaster and take it out safely. But when you'll see all this
like this happen live,
you're gonna have to make a wider area. You're gonna have to find out if it's connected to something over here, so it really just depends. Oh, every day I found bone. Not always big bones. Sometimes it's little chunks over here that aren't really connected to anything, and I haven't found.
So what's cool is this hole that they're digging in this video. This is 12 years ago. This is the same exact hole that we'll be digging in this year, but just higher up. This quarry directly overlies the Ethan's bathtub quarry where we're digging. So it's just a continuation of the same hole, essentially. More or less, I think.
Femur or anything, but you find bone a lot once you figure out what it looks like, at least. The bone is really fragile when you first find it, so the glue is, it's really, you drop it on, and when it dries, it hardens the plastic inside, and so it keeps the bone from crumbling, and it makes it safer.
We'll be talking about the glue and stuff, too, when we're out there. And then mapping. Yeah, you probably won't see a whole lot of this on stream, because we try and do this earlier in the day when we're less frustrated by the heat. But we'll see. This is one of the more tedious parts
Before
of
the
field work.
bones are jacketed and collected, they are mapped onto a grid sheet so that the position and orientation of the bones is documented. Here, Jessica and I use a metal grid to aid with the mapping. She uses a plumb bob to mark the ends of the bones so that I can draw them onto the map. These maps are then compiled into a single map that can provide valuable information about how the bones were deposited.
Yep. So here we see... There we go. Here's the actual outline of the fossil bone itself, and then the dotted or dashed line around it is the extent of the plaster jacket that we put around it. Does that make sense? Yeah, and then here's the jacketing process. Sometimes called plastering.
After a bone is discovered in the rock, the top surface is uncovered.
This makes me so nervous seeing a shovel so close to this bone. But they're just clearing away some of the rubble in order to make a nice clean surface, because oftentimes you want to do that before you start jacketing.
Enough so that the aerial extent of the bone can be seen. The bone is then pedestaled so that a protective plaster jacket can be put around the bone. Here, a large femur is being readied for jacketing. Layers of damp paper.
So there you go. At first, we trench around it like this. And again, you'll see this multiple times over the next 3 weeks. So we dig down around it and leave kind of a pedestal of rock beneath it. And then we jacket it.
Layers of damp paper.
So we put some separator on, in this case, paper towel.
Paper towels are placed over the bone as a separator to protect it from the plaster. Strips of burlap are soaked in plaster of Paris and placed over the bone and rock to form a jacket. After the plaster has hardened, the pedestal can be undermined and the jacket flipped over. The same process is then used to seal the bottom of the jacket. It is now ready for transport back to the lab where it can be extracted from the rock.
Nice. And then you'll see part of that. In the laboratory, there's Uncle Don right there. If you don't know him already, you'll get to know him over the course of the next 3 weeks.
So here we are back at the Utah Geological Survey. Our lab's here in our...
this is Salt Lake City.
So this is one of the jackets from Dole.
This is... I think this is pretty much exactly where I did the... or this is right next to where I did the Utahraptor Mega Block stream. My biggest stream ever.
Bowl.
Back in 2023.
And as you remember from the parts in the field, we will isolate the bones and put a jacket over the top. In this case, there were several bones that were so close together that we weren't able to isolate them individually. So we got around as best we could, and then what you're seeing here is the top side from the field. And so we jacketed this in the field, made it into kind of a mushroom. Then we flipped it over and we put the top jacket on. So each one is mapped on the grid and has its own distinct number. So this one is Dolings Bowl, Gary's Island, number 69. So we have a log sheet and a map that has this on it. Now what we're going to do is flip it over so we can cut that top jacket off and then work our way in from the bottom side.
There we go. This turns out to be so cool.
Slowly.
This is an incredible, incredible jacket. Like wait till you see what comes out of this.
We're removing the rock here. So this is the jacket that we just opened up yesterday, and so worked the rock down. You can see a few things coming out. So we have big flat.
And so that mosquito-like hum that you hear, that's an air scribe. So a tiny pneumatic tool that's almost like a tiny pneumatic jackhammer, powered by compressed air, and use it to go zzz, and you chip away a bunch of the rock surrounding the fossil. You're working through that matrix to expose the bone.
Bone here is probably part of an ischium, which is part of the pelvis. And then here's the vertebra here. And
see you later, Alexander. Thanks for being here.
The mix coming out here.
Yeah.
I don't want to go.
Here we go. Check this out. Bonkers. Look at this.
4 of its toes, the claws, and the tips of the toes, its metatarsals. There's going to be one more little one down in here. I haven't got to it yet.
This is a sauropod dinosaur foot, all in articulation. Those bones are in their life position. So for 142 million years, this has lain like this, just like it was in life. There's the big toe right there. There's that big claw bone. Big pedal ungule. Another toe, another toe, another toe, and there should be another one right here. And this is the tibia right here, so one of the shin bones. Look at that.
Makes this the tibia. So that's what we call articulated when it's all together. Like this, it's very rare.
And so it is very rare. This dinosaur has been called Mierosaurus. We'll be talking about this critter a bit more for the next 3 weeks. The fact that it was found with those bones in articulation like that suggests that this animal actually died by getting stuck in the mud. Because the feet were kind of going more or less straight down into the ground. If an animal died and got carried away by a river, or was deposited in a lake or something, it's all kind of laid out flat. But this is like, goof, legs going down into the ground. It implies actually getting stuck in the mud, being mired. So yeah, pretty wild.
After the fossils are prepared in the lab, they are ready for scientific study and display. All the fossils collected by the Utah Geologic Survey on public lands are placed in the permanent collections of the Natural History Museum of Utah. Here are some of the bones we have collected from the Cedar Mountain Formation that have been loaned by the Natural History Museum of Utah for exhibit at the John Wesley Powell Museum in Green River, Utah.
Nice. Very cool. One of these days, I want to see if I can do a stream from this museum. There's a couple of really cool fossil displays like this down in the basement. But that's in Green River, Utah. Anyway, here's a link to that video again. So you can reference that. Yeah, while we're out there in the field. I cannot wait. It's going to be excellent. Really excited about that. Really excited about that. And with that, I think it's about time to wrap things up here, everybody. This is, I think, going to be our last office stream for the next month, pretty much. I will be... Don't go away just yet, of course. Important information here. I'll be leaving for the field bright and early on Monday morning. Arriving in Salt Lake City at some point. I'm going to be hopefully leaving with the caravan from the Utah Geological Survey, being part of this convoy going out to the desert on Tuesday morning. We'll set up camp that evening, and then Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday the 15th, next Wednesday, hopefully doing our first stream from Dolings Bowl this year. And trying to stream every single day, 7 days a week, through the first week of August. So the August 6th will probably be our last stream from Dolings Bowl this year. Looking forward to it. Going back to Dolings Bowl is always almost like going home in a way. I really enjoy it. And I'm looking forward to bringing you all along again this year. I've got some new visual aids, hopefully some new like fun little gimmicks and stuff for the streams. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be worth watching, I hope. And I hope to see you there in the chat. Anywho, that having been said, it's time to wrap up today's stream. So let's go ahead and do that now. Let's put an Archaeopteryx under our credits. under our credits. Hear that, Streamlabs? Come on now. There we go. Thank you to everybody presently being named in our credits. From the Raiders and the new followers, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for spending some time with us talking about natural history, talking about evolution, talking about dinosaurs, talking about science here. Thank you to the subscribers and the resubscribers, the gifters and the cheerers, the people who make these streams possible through their financial contributions. I couldn't do this without your help, and I really appreciate it. I'm gonna go right into science streams. Thank you to the moderators for keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. This would be infinitely more difficult without you mods, and I appreciate you offering a safety net like that and the way that you do, so that anybody can come in here and learn about paleontology. I'm gonna miss all of you for a few days. As I'm on my way out to Utah and then getting ready to leave. I've got a lot of packing to do, a lot of emails to send, a lot of stream preparation stuff to handle as well. And hopefully I can get a haircut tomorrow morning, because I don't want to have this mop on my head while I'm out there in 105-degree heat Fahrenheit. So wish me luck with all of that. And we're going to go right into science streams. Who's doing some science right now, I presume. Balint is a molecular and systems biologist, does really awesome science outreach here on Twitch, and he's a very good friend of mine. If you don't know Balint and science streams already, well, you're in for a real treat. Alright, everybody. I will see you when I see you, live from the field. You all take care. Have an excellent weekend.